Today, pay attention. Okay, let's do it. Let's go. Okay, all praise to the Most High, all praise to the Lord. Brothers and sisters, Most High in Christ bless you all. Happy Sabbath. Happy Sabbath to you all. Brothers and sisters online, we made it to another Sabbath day. All praises. This is the second Sabbath away from the Feast of Pentecost, which is upcoming. Okay? So, today's topic is called Bellum Mundos. Bellum Mundos. You know, we're not Greek. We don't speak Latin. You understand? Bellum Mundos. It means war of the worlds. Bellum Mundos, war of the worlds. That's what it means. Okay, we're going to be going over this today. Okay, let's give the Lord a hand. We made it to another Sabbath. Hey, it's frozen, man. Is good? Is the stream good online, brothers? Okay, all praises, because what I'm seeing here is a little buffering. Okay, give me the book of Revelation 1 verse 3. Let's start there. Revelation chapter 1 verse 3. Actually, you know what? Start verse 1. Revelation 1 and 1.
Yes, sir.
Let's start there.
All praises.
Let's do it.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1.
Come on.
The revelation of Jesus Christ.
The revelation of Jesus Christ. Come on.
Which God gave unto him to show unto his servants.
To what now?
To show unto his servants.
To show unto his servants. Who are God's servants? Let's get that in Leviticus. You know what I want?
Yes, sir.
Leviticus 25. Let's see who God's servants are. Okay. To show unto his servants. Before we proceed in that chapter, let's read who the servants are. Read what you got.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 55.
Come on.
For unto me, the children of Israel are servants.
The children of Israel are servants. Okay, come on.
They are my servants.
We are the servants of the Lord. We do God's service. Read.
Whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
I am the Lord your God. This speaker seems to be a little bit hard. Can we control this mic? Just a bit. Okay. Go back. Revelation 1 and 1.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1.
Come on.
The revelation of Jesus Christ.
Read.
Which God gave unto him.
Which God gave unto him. The him is John the Revelator. Read.
To show unto his servants.
To show unto the 12 tribes of Israel. Come on.
Things which must shortly come to pass.
You see, that's why precept must be upon precepts. You understand that? Get that in Isaiah 28. That's why precept must be upon precept. Because when you read this, the Christian church will say, you see, it's for everybody. No, it's not for everybody. Read what you got. Isaiah 28 verse 9.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 28, verse 9.
Watch this.
Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine?
Come on.
Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast.
Read.
For precept must be upon precept.
You see, that's a law. That's a commandment. Because precept must be upon precept. Read.
Precept upon precept.
Precept upon precept.
Line upon line.
Line upon line.
Line upon line. Here a little and there a little.
You see, here a little and there a little. That's how the Most High God has commanded us to read this Bible. Precept upon precept, line upon line. Here a little and there a little. Give me that in 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 15. 2 Timothy 2:15. Watch this.
Second book of Timothy, chapter 2, verse 15.
Watch this.
Study to show thyself approved unto God.
You see, we're commanded to study this Bible, man, so that we may be approved before the Most High. Read.
A workman that needeth not to be ashamed.
Come on.
Rightly dividing the word of God.
Rightly,
the word of truth.
Rightly dividing the word of truth. How? Precept upon precept. That's how you rightly divide the word of truth. Precept upon precept. So go back to Revelation 1 and 1. Read that again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1.
Come on.
The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass.
So we understand who these servants are. The 12 tribes of Israel. Read.
And he sent and magnified it.
No. Read that again, man. Read it right. Pay close attention.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 1.
Read.
The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass.
Read.
And he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John.
You see that? Because John is one of the servants. That's why it says signified it and send it unto his servant John. John the Revelator. Go ahead.
Who bear record of the word of God.
You see that? Because this is a record. He bore record of the word of God. Come on.
And of the testimony of Jesus Christ.
Go ahead.
And of all things that he saw.
And of all things that he saw with his eyes. You understand? Read.
Blessed is he that readeth.
Blessed is he that what? This is what I wanted to get to. Blessed is he that what now?
Blessed is he that readeth.
Blessed is he that readeth this book. Blessed is he that studied this book. Read.
And they that hear the words of this prophecy.
And hear the word of this prophecy. Meaning what? You read the scriptures. When it says you hear, that means you apply it. You understand that? Read.
And keep those things which are written therein.
Apply the things which are written once you read. Read.
For the time is at hand.
Because the time is at hand. We are about to get delivered. You understand that? So blessed be he that readeth. We must read this book. We must apply it. You understand? It is important. That's why it says, blessed be he that readeth. You want to be blessed? You read this book. And apply it. That's what the Lord is letting you know, man. You understand? Get that in Joshua 1 and 8. Because the same instruction that he's telling our forefather John the Revelator, he told our forefather Joshua. You understand? Read that. Joshua 1 and 8. Come on.
The book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 8.
Read.
This book of the law.
This book of the law. This Bible. You see, the Bible is a book of laws. It's not a book of fairy tales. This book right here is a book of laws, statutes, and commandments. Read.
This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth.
You see that thing right there? It says it must not depart out of your mouth. Meaning the things that you speak, always make sure your conversation always filters the laws of God. Come on.
But thou shalt meditate therein day and night.
You see this? That's why it says, who shall he make to understand his doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breasts. Come on.
That thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein.
Read.
For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous.
Thou shalt make thy way what?
For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous.
So the Lord is giving us the formula for success. The formula for success is written right here. Read.
And then thou shalt have good success.
Thou shalt have what kind of success?
Thou shalt have good success.
Not any type of success. Good success. If we want to have good success as a nation, we must meditate day and night in the laws of God. We must apply God's commandments to our lives. Whatever decisions we make, we use the laws of God to guide us. You understand? That's what the Most High God is showing us here, man. So, as a nation, we have fallen far, way far from this what we're reading here. So now, give me that in Ecclesiastes 4 verse 1. Ecclesiastes chapter 4 verse 1. Watch this.
The book of Ecclesiastes chapter 4 verse 1.
Come on.
So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun.
So now, as we have returned, the reason why we return is because we bethink ourselves. We understand who we are. You understand? Hold this. We're coming back. Give me Sirach 17 verse 24. No. Verse 25. Let's get to the point. Listen good.
The book of Ecclesiastes chapter 17 verse 25.
Come on.
Return unto the Lord.
Do what now?
Return unto the Lord.
Return unto the Lord.
And forsake thy sins.
And stop sinning. Return unto the Lord and stop breaking God's commandments. That's what he's saying. Read.
Make thy prayer before his face.
Meaning pray. Send that prayer that is between you and the Lord and confess the sins that you've done before him. You and the Lord. Go ahead.
And offend less.
And offend less. Meaning what? You stop sinning. You understand? You do good more and more. You do evil less and less. That's what he's saying. Go back. Ecclesiastes 4 and 1.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 1.
Come on.
So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun.
So in order for us to consider the oppressions that are done under the sun, we must need to have returned and forsaken our sins. In order for us to return and consider, in order for us to consider the oppressions that are done under the sun, under the whole earth, under the whole heaven, upon the 12 tribes of Israel, we need to have repented, or in the process of repenting. You understand? So you can consider the things that are being done upon your people, which is what? Oppression and exploitation. Read.
And behold, the tears of such as were oppressed.
You see, because you're going to be able to see the tears of our people because of the oppression that you now understand. Read.
And they had no comforter.
They had no what now?
And they had no comfort.
Read.
And on the side of their oppressors, there was power.
You see that? You see what comforts the oppressors? Power. What comforts the oppressor is power. What comforts us is the Holy Ghost. That's what comforts us, because the Holy Ghost is going to give us power. You understand? He shall receive power. Get that in Acts. You understand? Acts chapter 1. When he says, you shall receive power, after that we what? Acts 1 and 8. Read that.
The book of Acts chapter 1 verse 8.
Because it says, on the side of the oppressor there was power. You see what comforts the oppressor? Power over us. That's what comforts them. Read.
But ye shall receive power.
But ye shall what now?
But ye shall receive power.
You shall receive power. Power. Now hold that. We're coming back. I know I'm making you hold a couple of scriptures, but listen good, man. I'm going to show you the power. It says, ye shall receive power. Hold that. Give me that in Revelation, man. Give me the book of Revelation 2. Revelation chapter 2, man. Yeah. Revelation chapter 2. Read verse 26. Start at verse 25. Listen good.
The book of Revelation chapter 2 verse 25.
Come on.
But that which ye have already.
What we have already is this Bible. Okay, come on.
Hold fast till I come.
He says, hold it fast till I come. What do we have? This Bible. This Bible teaches us who we are. It says, hold fast till I come. Don't let this Bible go. Don't let it go. Whatever the Bible says, do it. No matter how painful it's going to be. No matter how uncomfortable it will be to your life and to your family. Keep the commandments of the Most High God. Hold fast till I come, the Bible is saying. Read.
And he that overcometh.
He that overcome their sins. Read.
And keepeth my works unto the end. To him will I give power over the nation.
To him will I what now?
To him will I give power over the nation.
You see, the power is making reference to power over the nations. Rulership over nations on earth. That's the power the Lord says he's going to give unto us. Read.
And ye shall rule them with a rod of iron.
And we're going to rule these nations with an iron fist. Like they are ruling over us right now with an iron fist. Guess what? We're serving a just God. Understand that? Read.
As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers.
The Lord says we're going to break them to shivers. Read.
Even as I received of my Father.
You see what the Bible is saying, man? Come on.
And I will give him
the morning star.
And I will give him the morning star.
Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, the Lord is saying. Come on.
He that hath an ear.
He that hath an ear.
Let him hear.
Let him understand. That's what he's saying. He that is spiritual ear, let him understand. Come on.
What the Spirit saith unto the churches.
What the Holy Ghost saith unto the churches. Now go back now. Go back to Acts 1 and 8.
The book of Acts chapter 1 verse 8.
Go ahead.
But ye shall receive power.
Ye shall what now?
But ye shall receive power.
We're going to receive power over these nations, man. Read.
After that the Holy Ghost is come upon you.
You see what comforts us? The Holy Ghost. You see what gives us power to rule the nations with an iron fist? The Holy Ghost. The Comforter. The Spirit of Christ. Read.
And ye shall be witnesses unto me. Both in Jerusalem.
Read.
And in all Judea.
Come on.
And in Samaria. Unto the uttermost part of the earth.
You see where we are now? We are not in Judea anymore. We are in South Africa today. So that means the Lord is letting us know we're going to be scattered, and where you are going to be scattered, I'm going to wake you up. Doesn't matter where you are. I'm going to wake you up in South Africa, and you're going to prophesy. That's what the Lord is saying, man. And when he was talking to us during this time, where we were in Jerusalem during this time, before Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 AD, he was talking to us. Now in the regeneration, we back. Guess where we are? We are at the uttermost parts of the earth. What are we doing? We prophesying. That is what we're doing right now, man. Now go back. Ecclesiastes 4, verse 1, one more again.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 1.
Come on.
So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun.
Come on.
And behold, the tears of such as were oppressed.
The 12 tribes of Israel. Come on.
And they had no comfort.
So the comforter is the Holy Ghost that we read about in the book of Acts. You understand? Let's get some more on that. Give me that in John 14. John chapter 14. You understand? That what comforts us is the Spirit of Christ, man. Whatever you may be going through, you read this Bible and apply it. The Lord says, I will comfort you. You're going to overcome it. John chapter 14. Read verse 26.
The book of John, chapter 14, verse 26.
Listen good.
But the comforter.
But the what?
But the comforter.
But the comforter, come on.
Which is the Holy Ghost.
So what we read in Acts 1 and 8, this is the answer. The Holy Ghost is that comforter. Come on.
Whom the Father will send in my name.
Watch this.
Ye shall teach you all things.
The Holy Ghost will teach us all things. Come on.
And bring all things to your remembrance.
Like who we are. Like we are the 12 tribes of Israel. You understand? Read.
Whatsoever I have said unto you.
Whatsoever he has said unto us. Because why? The Holy Ghost is the Spirit of Christ. You understand? Understand that. Now go back to Ecclesiastes 4. Let's finish that. Ecclesiastes 4 and 1.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 1.
Come on.
So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun.
So now, you see, King Solomon is letting us know the reason why the nations are able to oppress us the way that we do, the number one thing that makes the oppression even worse is when we don't know who we are. When you don't know who you are, because you don't know what you can do to overcome these heathens that are oppressing you. Now that you discover who you are, now you know, oh, there's a way out. You understand? Because then the first thing is, I'm a Jew. That's number one. That's the first advantage. You understand? The Lord brings to your remembrance. You understand? Read. Come on.
And behold, the tears of such as were oppressed. And they had no comforter.
And they had no comforter. Come on.
And on the side of their oppressors.
And on the side of the oppressors.
There was power.
So the oppressors have power over us. Guess what? Because we have no comforter. What is the comforter? The Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost that gives us power. You see where we get our power from? The Holy Ghost. The Spirit of Christ. Where does the oppressor get their power from? Give me that in Revelation 13. We coming back? No, let's finish this verse, man. Finish that verse. Come on, come on.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 1.
Watch this.
So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun.
Read.
And behold, the tears of such as were oppressed. And they had no comforter.
And they had no comforter. Come on.
And on the side of their oppressors, there was power.
Watch this.
But they had no comforter.
But they had no comforter. Get that in Revelation 13. You see, our power comes by what? Comes from the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of Christ. That's what gives us power over the nations. To rule over the nations on earth, the first power is what? Understanding who you are. There's power in you knowing who you are. There's power in that, man. There's power in you discovering that you are a Jew. You are the Son of God. There's power in that thing, man. Read that in Revelation 13. You know what I want? Revelation 13, read verse 1.
The book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 1.
Watch this.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
This beast that's rising up out of the sea is the nations. There's a beast that's rising out of the nations. Get that in Isaiah 17, verse 32. I'm going to show you when it says, a beast rise up out of the sea. Give me the book of Isaiah, man. Isaiah 17. Isaiah 17, verse 12. Verse 12, I'm sorry. Verse 12. Read that.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 17, verse 12.
Come on.
Woe to the multitude of many people.
Many people. People, come on.
Which make a noise like the noise of a sea.
Use like the noise of the seas. Come on.
Which make a noise like the noise of the seas.
Read.
And to the rushing of nations.
And to the rushing of nations. Come on.
That make a rushing like the rushing of mighty waters.
So the sea is talking about nations. It says there's this beast that rises up out of the sea. The sea is a metaphor for nations. You understand? So there's this nation that is rising up out of the nations. You understand? Now go back, Revelation 13, verse 1.
The book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 1.
Watch this.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
You see that it's not the Atlantic Ocean. He's talking about the nations here. You understand? There's this beast that rises up out of the sea. Get that in the book of Ecclesiastes 3 to understand that the when he says the beast is not talking about an actual beast like a creature of some kind. You understand? Ecclesiastes chapter 3. You know what I want? Verse 18. Come on.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 18.
Read.
I said in mine heart concerning the estate of the sons of men,
The estate of the sons of men. Come on.
that God might manifest them, and that they might see that they themselves are beasts.
What?
Are beasts.
So the beast is talking about what? The people. It's a metaphor. It's an allegory. It's a dark saying. That's what he's saying. So go back, Revelation 13. Verse 1.
The book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 1.
Read.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
So this beast is a nation that is rising up of the nations because it is its time to rule. You understand? Read.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
So this beast has 7 heads and 10 horns. You understand? These 7 heads is talk about the empires of this beast. You understand that? Read.
And upon his horns 10 crowns.
It says upon his horns 10 crowns. Go ahead.
And upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
So this beast right here, give me that in Revelation 12 verse 3. Revelation 12 verse 3.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 3.
Let's get the color of this beast. So in chapter 12, John the Revelator doesn't call it a beast. He calls it a dragon. You understand? Read what you got.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 3.
Watch this.
And there appeared another wonder in heaven. And behold, a great red dragon.
He's giving you the color of the dragon. He's saying a dragon. In chapter 13, it says a beast. He's making reference to the same thing. But here he's giving us the color of this beast or of this dragon. He says it's red. You understand that? Genesis 25:25. Let's get that real quick. You know, we've gone over this. There's a two-part series called The House of the Dragon. We put it out. It goes into great detail. So I'm not going to be going into great details like that now. Read what you got.
The book of Genesis, chapter 25, verse 25.
Read.
And the first came out red.
And the first came out red. Come on.
All over like an hairy garment.
Meaning the first boy came out red. All over like an hairy garment. He was red. He was hairy. Read. Dirty Harry. You know that movie Dirty Harry? Yeah, Clint Eastwood. Yeah. Read.
And they called his name Esau.
They called his name Esau. Go ahead.
And after that came his brother out.
Read.
And his hand took hold on Esau's heel. And his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 70 years old when she bare them.
When our foremother Rebecca gave birth to them. Now, this red dragon, this beast is the white man. It's a metaphor. You understand? So go back. Now we understand. Revelation 13. Go back to Revelation 13 now. No. Read Revelation 12 and 3. Finish that verse. Then we're going to go back to Revelation 13.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 3. And there appeared another wonder in heaven.
Read.
And behold, a great red dragon.
A great red dragon. So this dragon here is not talking about a creature. It's talking about the white man coming into power. You understand? Read.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns. Read.
And 7 crowns upon his head.
Because the crown signifies what? Kingship, rulership. When you wear a crown, you are a king. Kings wear a crown. You understand that? Maybe they don't understand. Kings wear a crown. That's why it says how many crowns upon his head? And 7 crowns upon his head. It talk about the 7 rulership or empires of this white man. You understand? Give me that in First Esdras, because you don't get it. First Esdras 4. Yep. First Esdras 4. Verse 29. Watch this. I'm going to give you an example of this.
First book of Ezra, chapter 4, verse 29.
Watch this.
Yet did I see him, and Apame, the king's concubine, the daughter of the admirable Barakas, sitting at the right hand of the king.
So, guess what? Apame, you understand, was sitting next to the king. Watch this. Go ahead.
And taking the crown from the king's head.
Stop right there. And doing what now?
And taking the crown from the king's head.
So a king wears a crown. Get it? Read.
And setting it upon her own head. She also struck the king with her left hand.
You can't make this up. Okay, but that's not today's topic. You understand? But the point is, the king wears a crown. I'm just giving a precept to show you what we're reading in Revelation 12. Revelation 12. Go back. Revelation 12, verse 3 again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 3. And there appeared another wonder in heaven.
When it says in heaven, meaning in rulership, not up there in the sky. Okay, read.
And behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
7 heads and 10 horns. Come on.
And 7 crowns upon his head.
You see that? The 7 crowns represents what? The empires of this man. Starting with what? The Greeks. Greece, Rome, Spain, France, Germany, Russia, and Great Britain. And out of Great Britain is the birth of Babylon the Great, America, in 1776. Write that down. You understand? So, Revelation 13, verse 1 again. The 10 horns is the European Union, the EU. Okay? Read that.
The book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 1.
Read.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
We're still explaining Ecclesiastes 4 and 1. I know some of you forgot already, but we're still in Ecclesiastes 4 and 1. Come on.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Come on.
And upon his horns 10 crowns.
10 crowns. Come on.
And upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
Meaning lies, vanity. Come on.
And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard.
The beast which I saw was like unto a leopard. You understand? When you read the history of the Greeks were likened unto what? A leopard. You understand? Meaning the Greeks are part of this dragon. The Greeks are part of this empire. Read.
And his feet were as the feet of a bear.
Because back then, the bear represented the Persians and the Medes. But this beast, what color is the beast? It's red. So who took the symbol of the bear in these last days? Russia. Russia is a part of this dragon. You understand? Because you hear Julius Malema say, no, but Russia is our friends and whatnot. The Soviet Union and whatnot. Russia is part of the beast. You understand that? Read.
And his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
Because back then, the empire that was represented by the lion was Babylon. The Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar. But Nebuchadnezzar and his people, they are not red. You understand? They were brown people. They were just what? They come out of the lineage of who? Ham. They are not Israelites. You understand? So, but what we're reading here, it says the mouth of a lion. Who took the symbol of a lion? Great Britain. Great Britain. You see that, right? Go ahead. So that means Britain is part of this dragon. Remember, it says what? It's part of the 7 heads of the dragon. So out of Great Britain, what came out of Great Britain? America. You understand? The War of Independence. Because it was the what? The French-American War, the Spanish-American War, and the War of Independence. That War of Independence is what? Is when America was born, out of Great Britain. You understand? That's why America is getting support from the EU. The EU pillar is European Nations United. You understand? Is European Union meaning what? European Nations United. Like the United States of America is the same thing. because they are the same people. Okay, come on.
And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear,
Right.
and his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
Okay, come on.
And the dragon
And the what?
and the dragon
And the dragon, come on.
gave him his power.
Stop right there. And the dragon did what now?
Gave him his power.
And the dragon gave him his power. So you see where they get their power from? The dragon, the devil, Satan. Where do we get our power from? The Holy Ghost, the Spirit of Christ, the Most High God of heaven, and He's the one that gives us power. But where do they get their power from? And what?
And the dragon gave him his power.
So the power that the white man has, he gets it from the devil. Read.
And his seat
And his seat
and great authority.
and great authority over nations on earth. You understand? So this power that he has, the other nations don't have that kind of power that this white man has. It doesn't matter how much China can develop this technological advance. They will never be like the white man. Never. It will never happen. Although they mimic Babylon the Great, they will never get there. Because why? America, the white man, is backed up by Satan. You understand that? That's why, although these nations are trying so hard to be like them, they will never be like them. You understand? Because the white man is worshiping his daddy, the devil. That's where he gets his power from. So go back now to Ecclesiastes 4:1. Now we have a better understanding what King Solomon was saying. Ecclesiastes chapter 4 verse 1. Watch this.
The book of Ecclesiastes. Done under the sun.
Read.
And behold, the tears of such as were oppressed.
The tears of such as were oppressed. Who's the oppressed? We are the oppressed. You understand? That's why right now the Most High God is making the nations go to war among themselves for the benefit of the 12 tribes of Israel. So the nations bombing themselves, bombing each other, having many thousands of casualties is for our benefit. That is what you need to understand, man. These nations are going to war among themselves. The Most High God is making them do it. We understand? Against the people, against because they doing evil against us. You understand that, right? Go ahead.
And they had no comforter.
They had no comforter. That's why the nations are able to what? To oppress us, and that's why our people are crying every day. Because our people have no comforter. So that's why now you know what our people are doing? They're using politics to comfort themselves. They're using democracy to comfort themselves. But guess what? They are not gonna, that thing is not gonna quench their thirst. It's not gonna quench their thirst. They're gonna go to the Christian church, they will not be satisfied. They'll know something missing. They'll go to the Christian church, the pastor will be speaking lies all day. It's not gonna quench their thirst. They'll go and say, no, maybe I should join Julius Malema. Maybe this will help. It is not gonna help. Because that's not what your soul needs. Your soul needs this Bible. Particularly who you are. That's the first thing you must know when you come into this book. Until then, your thirst will not be quenched. You understand? Read. And on the side of the oppressors?
And on the side of the oppressors, there was power.
So where did they get the power from? The dragon. The dragon gave him his power. Read.
But they had no comfort.
But they had no comforter. So now the Lord has what? The Most High God has had mercy upon us. We have the comforter now with us. We have the comforter now with us. That's why the Lord has brought all things to our remembrance. It's not all, because there are some things that when we read, the Lord brings it to our remembrance while we're reading. You begin to see certain things like, I never saw that before. The Lord is bringing it back to your remembrance, man. You understand? He's bringing you back. He's bringing you back. You understand that? Some heavy stuff. I said something there. Give me the book of Sirach 44:1, man. Sirach 44 verse 1.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 44, verse 1.
Watch this.
Let us now praise famous men.
Come on, man. Read that verse right. What's going on? Read it again, verse 1.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 44, verse 1.
Come on.
Let us now praise famous men.
There we go. Come on.
And our fathers that begat
And
us.
our fathers that begat us. Read.
The Lord has wrought great glory by them. through his great power from the beginning.
You see that? It says, the Lord hath wrought great glory by them through his great power. You see where we get our power from? The Most High God of heaven and earth. Read.
Such as did bear rule in their kingdoms.
Because in order for you to rule, you need power to rule. So our forefathers that ruled kingdoms, King David, King Solomon, where did they get the power from? The Most High God gave them the power to rule in their kingdoms. You understand that? Read.
Men renowned for their power.
That's it again. Men renowned for their power. They were famous for their... Where did they get the power from? The Most High God of heaven and earth. Read.
Giving counsel by their understanding. And declaring prophecies.
And declaring prophecies. I'm going to show you something here. Ne? Watch this. We coming back. Give me the book of 2 Samuel. Yeah. 2 Samuel chapter 22 verse 30. Watch this. Listen what King David is saying, man.
Second book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 30.
Watch this.
For by thee I have run through a troop.
It says, by thee I have run through a troop. King David was able to run through a multitude of hundreds of thousands of armies of the other nations. You understand that? Who does that, man? Only our forefathers were able to do that because the Lord gave them great power to do it. He says, by thee I ran through a troop. Remember when you watched the movie Thor? When Thor was able to use that hammer to run through a troop? They get it from the Bible. You understand that? Ne? What was it, the movie in Wakanda? When he was running through a troop? You understand? Read. Come on.
For my God have I leaped over a wall.
It says what? By what now?
By my God.
By my God. Because of the Most High God, I did what?
Have I leaped over a wall.
Have I leaped over a wall. Find the clip on Men of Steel. When Zod, you see how he jumped? I'm going to show you how he jumped. He says, for by thee I leaped over a wall. Who jumps over a wall? Because remember, back then, the walls were big. They fortified the cities, Bell. You understand? The wall was so tall that you had to go all the way up. So they protected themselves by building huge walls, you understand, to keep the enemies out. So now, he says, by thee I leaped over a wall. Leaped, meaning jumped. Find the scene where General Zod is jumping, man. I'm going to show you where they get it from. Did you find it? Yeah, put it up. I want the people to see this thing. Put the disclaimer. Okay, read verse 30 again while they're looking for this.
Second book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 30.
Come on.
For by thee have I run through a troop.
He says, by thee I ran through a troop. Come on.
By my God have I leaped over a wall.
Read.
As for God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is tried. He is a buckler to all them that trust in him.
That's some heavy stuff. Come on.
For who is God? Save the Lord. And who is a rock? Save our God.
Go ahead.
God is my strength and power.
God is my what?
God is my strength and power.
God is my strength and power. That's where we get the power from. The Most High God of heaven and earth, man. Read.
And he maketh my way perfect.
Come on.
He maketh my feet like hinds feet.
Hinds feet. A hind, guess what? A gazelle. So King David, he ran faster than a gazelle. Who does that? The Most High God of heaven and earth. You understand that? Read.
And setteth me upon my high places.
Watch this. Come on.
He teacheth my hands to war.
He teacheth my hands to war. So when King David went to give the nations the beats, who gave him the power to know how to fight? The Most High God of heaven and earth. So when we go out to the streets and teach, the Lord is the one that's teaching us to war. You understand? And this is a spiritual warfare right now. But he teacheth our hands to war. Read.
So that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms.
You see that? So guess what? King David was the man of steel. The real man of steel. You understand? Where is that? Did we find it? Okay, let's show it. Yeah, put it on the screen so the people can see this. We got it? You know, I need to watch this movie again, man. There's a lot of stuff in that movie, man. Man of Steel. You know, they didn't even keep it for long on Netflix. They just took it out quickly. Okay, we ready? Okay, come on, let's go, man. Transition it on the screen here. The one online, Bella, the people online don't see nothing. Go back. Yeah, go back, go back. Because when you watch this movie, they make it seem like General Zod is the villain. But Superman is the villain. When you watch the movie Superman, Superman is the enemy. You understand? And they just use the word Z there, the letter Z. They say General Zod. No. That God. You understand? Now play it, man.
In my hand.
Concentrate fire on the main door. Craft he arrived in. Where is it?
Look at the chariot.
You think you can threaten my mother?
See? The mama's boy. You see how he's doing?
What have you done to me? From me?
Okay, that's it on that. That's it on that. Okay. There's another one though. There's another one. You understand? Where he's leaping over. Okay. So this is close enough. But yeah, let's go back to the scriptures. 2 Samuel 22. Read verse 36 and 37.
Second book of Samuel, chapter 22, verse 36.
Read.
Thou hast also given me the shield of my salvation.
Okay, you can take that off the screen now. Read.
Thou hast also given me the shield of thy salvation.
Read.
And thy gentleness hath made me great. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, so that my feet did not slip.
You see, his run faster than a gazelle is as my feet did not slip. Because only the Most High God of heaven and earth can give you that power, man. Understand that. Now go back now. Sirach 44. That's where we went.
Yes, sir.
Sirach 44. Read verse 3.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 44, verse 3.
Read.
Such as bear rule in their kingdoms men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understanding,
Come on.
and declaring prophecy.
And declaring prophecies. Read.
Leaders of the people by their counsel.
You see what? You see that thing? Leaders of the people by their counsels. Come on.
And by their knowledge of learning, meet for the people.
That's why it says, blessed be he that readeth. Blessed be he that readeth. Read.
Wise and eloquent in their instructions.
Because they instructed the people out of God's laws. Read.
Such as found out musical tunes and recited verses in writing.
In what?
In writing.
So our forefathers, they wrote books. These books, these are the books we're reading. That's why it says, who bear record of the word of God. In Revelation, our forefather John the Revelator, because they recited verses in writing. So these books we're writing them now, they were reading now, is because the Most High God moved the spirits of our forefathers to write these books for us in these last days. Give me that in 2 Maccabees 2:23. 2 Maccabees 2:23. I'm going somewhere with this. Pay close attention.
Second book of Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 23.
Come on.
All these things I say, being declared by Jason of Cyrene.
Go ahead.
In
When it says Jason of Cyrene, Cyrene is making reference to what? Where is Cyrene? Anybody? Hey, Shalom. No. Where is Cyrene, man? Come on. Pay close attention. Think. No. Come on, man. Think about it. Give me the book of Acts real quick. Acts 13. Yeah, Acts 13 and 1.
The book of Acts, chapter 13, verse 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch
Read.
certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger, and Lucius of Cyrene,
And Lucius of what now?
and Lucius of Cyrene,
Read.
and Manaen,
Manaen.
and Manaen,
Come on.
which had been brought up with Herod the Tetrarch and Saul.
So now, who's Lucius of Cyrene? Cyrene. Where's Cyrene? He's in the continent. He's on the continent. Yeah, that's your homework, brothers. Okay, go back. 2 Maccabees 2:23.
Second book of Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 23.
Come on.
All these things I say, being declared by Jason of Cyrene in 5 books.
Come on.
We will essay to abridge in 1 volume.
We will essay to abridge in 1 volume. We're going to shorten them in 1 volume. Go ahead.
For considering the infinite number and the difficulty which they find that desire to look into the
narrations of the story,
into the narrations of the story,
meaning the history, the things that are written, because our forefathers took pains to write down these things at the command of the Most High. Read.
for the variety of the matter. We have been careful that they that will read may have delight.
He says, we've been careful that they that what now?
We have been careful that they that will read.
They that will read. Remember, it says, blessed be he that readeth. They that will read will what?
May have delight.
May have delight. Come on.
And that they that are desirous to commit to memory might have ease. And that all into whose hands it comes might have profit.
You see what he's saying? So those that read these books that are written, if you have delight in the things that the prophets of old have written, guess what? You're going to have delight in them. You understand that? And you will not only we're going to keep it to yourself, but you're going to be a light that shines before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. You understand? Read.
Therefore, to us that have taken upon us this painful labor of abridging.
You see that this painful labor of abridging, meaning of shortening. Read.
It was not easy.
It was not what?
It was not easy.
Because it wasn't easy. But our forefathers did this for their children in the last days. You understand? Read.
But a matter of sweat and watching.
You see that? A matter of sweat and watching. So if you're not going through pain to study the book, you playing games up in here. You playing. Our forefathers went through pains to put this together at the command of the Most High to get our minds right. Go ahead.
Therefore, to us that have taken upon us this painful labor of abridging, it was not easy, but a matter of sweat and watching.
Read.
Even as it is no ease unto him that prepareth a banquet, and seeketh the benefit of others.
Read.
Yet for the pleasuring of many, we will undertake gladly this great pain.
It says we will undertake gladly these great pains. Why? Because they love their neighbors as themselves. They applied the royal law when they were doing this. So the same way they were writing, the same thing that we're reading to teach, guess what? We must do it because we love the brethren. Understand that. You understand? Give me that in 1 Maccabees 7 verse 31. Because as we teach, we have the books of the holy books with us. We read the scriptures. We give the understanding to our people at the command of the Most High. Not only that, but there's books that actually confirms what the Bible is saying. We use those books to give our people more sense. You understand? Read that.
First book of Maccabees, chapter 7, verse 14.
Watch this. No, verse 31.
Apologies, sir.
1 Corinthians 7:31. 1 Corinthians chapter 7 verse 31. Watch this.
First book of Corinthians, chapter 7, verse 31. And they that use this world.
They that what?
And they that use this world.
And they that use this world. Go ahead.
As not abusing it.
Not as abusing it. Come on.
As not abusing it. For the fashion of this world passeth away.
For the fashions of this world passeth away. So you see, we use other books. You understand? Like this book right here. The book of our late forefather, Mutsuku Peku. Apartheid, the story of a dispossessed people. This book right here. He passed earlier this week. You understand? And we've been using his book to bring out the things that are written in the Bible to give sense to our people. So guess what? We're going to use this world not as abusing it. Read that verse again.
First book of Corinthians, chapter 7, verse 31.
Come on.
And they that use this world as not abusing it.
Go ahead.
For the fashion of this world passeth away.
You see that? So did you find that book? Did you find the clip of the political parties pledging and whatnot? No. The political parties pledging. I think it was on SABC or something like that. Political parties pledging is not a small video. It's a long clip. But at the beginning, the political parties come one after another to come and pledge. You understand? Okay, sisters, I get it. There's where is the medical bag? You know, you can switch over, transition to the banner. transition back. I want to go over our forefather Mutsuku Peku. Now, brothers and sisters, we back. Apologies. We back. All praise to the Most High. So go to Mutsuku Peku. I want the small synopsis of his life. Okay, put it up. Gandhi, what's going on today with the delay? You are delaying Soldier John. Can we switch around? No, switch around. This will not be messed up. Come on. You are tatazeling on this day. Not so what's going on. You must rehearse. Okay. Now, switch transition it so the people can see where we're reading. That's our forefather right there, man. Okay. So we're gonna go into this book very soon. We're gonna go into it because this is our forefather who wrote books. He was a Pan-Africanist. He was a revolutionary man. You understand? He was about the deliverance of his people. So guess what? These are men that we must, you must put on. Understand that? Okay. Is the people see it online? Read it. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on.
Celebrating the life of an African shepherd, Dr. Mutsuku Peku.
Okay, go up. Okay, we good to go? Yeah, because it's quite blurry online, man. Do the people see this properly online? Okay, read it.
Dr. Peku has written more than 30 books
All praises. Go ahead.
on varied topics ranging from history, law, political science, and theology.
Read.
Some of his books include The True History of Sharpeville Must Be Told, Hidden Side of South African Politics, How the Freedom Charter Betrayed the Dispossessor, to name a few.
Okay. Where are we reading still? Yo, come on, brothers. No, we're messing this up, man. What's going on? I just want something that gets to the point here. Now read that.
Network is buffering, sir.
Okay, give me the video that talks about his passing. Because I don't know what's going on here. Give me the video. Give me the video that talks about our forefathers passing, man. We delaying. This is not good. Okay, share it with the people online. Put up a disclaimer. Come on, brothers, quickly.
Mantula to unpack the role
Hold
of
on. Did we
Dr.
transition this? Okay, play the video.
Mutsuku Peku that he played and left an indelible mark, as he has left, of course, as an anti-apartheid political landscape of South
very
Africa.
low, man.
Also, as a human rights activist, to find out what role he played there as a historian, theologian, as well as an author. Advocate Mandula, thank you so much for your time on the program this morning. So, how do you remember the legendary leader, Dr. Pheko?
Refreshing morning, Mkolisi, to your viewers. I will say to you, Mkolisi, to be very simple, it was in 1994 when he was in Mafikeng. Coming from exile, being the first, one of the deputy president of the PAC. I was very young, Mkolisi, but I was able to connect with the elder during that time. The second phase also was at the university.
So we didn't download any of these videos.
When Dr. Pheko, we invited him to come and unpack the role of colonial laws and the impact of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. And that last one, it was last 4 years ago in 2020, just during COVID-19, we had a tribute for Ntate Pheko as the Thabo Mbeki School, looking at the 9 decades of Ntate Pheko when he was turning 90 years. That was in November. We thought of looking at his literature, we thought of looking at his role as a human rights activist, as a Pan-Africanist, and also as a person who traveled the vast and length of the globe, as well as the African continent. So in short, Mkolisi, I say our remembrance of the elder and of the Pan-African philosopher, an activist, a lawyer, it's very important for us that this is not the end of the road, as some of my colleagues are saying, this is the end of the road. I think this is the beginning of us knowing who the real Ntate Motsogo Pheko was in terms of his contribution that he has played. You will recall that one of his roles was also at the United Nations, where he was fighting for the victims of apartheid. He played that critical role in the sense that he was a PAC representative with people like David Sibeko. So if one has to understand the legacy of Ntate Pheko, it also lies in his body of literature. It also lies in his family. If you can recall, both his daughters, Mohau Pheko, Lebogang Pheko, they are vocal on issues of global politics, global history. So that's how we can remember and recall the legacy of Ntate Pheko.
And to bring it back to his legacy.
Okay, that's it on that. That's it on that. Because our forefather Motsogo Pheko has passed on. You understand? May his soul rest in peace. Okay. So, let's go to his book. Go to the book. The pictures that you took. Put the book on the screen so the people may see the books we're reading from. Put the book up on the screen. Because our forefather, he wrote this book. We bought it. All praises to the Most High. And we've been using it to teach our people on the streets, to filter it with the Bible, to give our people the sense of the scriptures. Okay? So let's read the title of the book. Come on.
Apartheid, the story of a dispossessed people.
The story of a dispossessed people. Go ahead.
By Motsogo Pheko.
By Dr. Motsogo Pheko, our forefather who has passed on. Okay? Now let's go inside this book. Okay, we're going to go to page 1. Okay, zoom in so the people may see this, what we're reading. Okay, read that.
Page 1. The falsified history.
The falsified history. Now let's read the highlighted part. Scroll up.
Racism, separate development.
That's Bantu stance, okay? Racism, separate development. Separate development, that's Bantu stance. You know what they're called today? The Kasis, the Geros. Okay, come on.
And freedom.
So you see, it says freedom in inverted commas. Because we're not free. Understand that. Read.
Bantu homelands, whites only, native pass laws, racial discrimination, and
fascist minority settler.
And fascist minority settler rule over the indigenous African majority.
Okay, the Israelites scattered here on the continent. Okay, come on.
That is apartheid on the surface.
He says this is that's apartheid on the surface. Okay, come on.
But the root of apartheid.
Okay, turn the screen because the sisters are not seeing this properly, especially at the corner there. Turn the screen a little bit. Read that again.
That is apartheid on the surface. But the root of apartheid is the story of a dispossessed people.
The story of a dispossessed people. Who are the dispossessed people? That's us. We are the dispossessed people. Go ahead.
The story of a stolen land.
You see, it says, so apartheid is about a dispossessed people, stolen land, read,
of bloodshed.
bloodshed. That's what apartheid is about. Apartheid is about dispossessed people, stolen land, bloodshed, which is murder. Go ahead.
Colonialism and invasion.
An invasion by the whites. Go ahead.
The story of indigenous African governments overthrown and white rule enforced by guns.
You see that? That's what apartheid is about. That's what you need to understand. Because now there's a thing called racial politics. When you talk about what the white man has done, they say, no, but isn't that racial politics? Aren't you going about the things that happened in the past? The reason why we must talk about the past, because they always remind us of what will happen now, what's happening now, and what will happen in the future, because we're still surrounded by our enemies. You understand? Read.
The story of South Africa.
The history.
The history of South Africa, which followed, is a tragic story of military suppression.
By the whites, by the white man. Iso, Irom, Idumia. Go ahead.
Political oppression. Economic exploitation.
Read.
And social degradation of a people.
You see how socially degraded we have become as a nation? Who's doing all this? Our enemies that have invaded us. So when you speak the truth, they say, no, that's racial politics. That's reverse racism. That's the garbage you're going to hear. Because the enemies don't like it when we speak the truth about the evil they've done. When you say it, they say, but you're blackmailing me. No, but we're telling the truth about what you've done. Give me John 8:32. We coming back? John 8:32. So brothers and sisters, do not be ashamed by speaking the truth of the things that these nations have done to us and are still doing to us this day. Today they say it's Freedom Day. What are we free from? Because we're still at the bottom. We're still poor. We have broken families, man. We cannot afford nothing. We're living hand to mouth. How are we free? So that freedom was just an illusion, man. We're free now to commit abortions. We're free now to what? To young kids, having sex at a young age. That's the freedom that they've given to black people. The freedom to, to use, the freedom to smoke weed. They say, no, weed is legalized now. You can smoke weed. That's the freedom they've given you. They've given you the freedom to do whatever the hell you want. That's the freedom they are talking about. The freedom where there's no law. Lawlessness, that's the freedom they are talking about, because just come in the cassis, you see the amount of lawlessness that's taking place out here. That's the freedom they are talking about. Come on, read what you got. John 8:32.
The book of John, chapter 8, verse 32.
Read.
And ye shall know the truth.
And ye shall know the truth.
And the truth shall make you free.
You see that? So we are not free. 1994, 30 years ago, did not free black people in the country. You understand? They enslaved us even more. They're making money even more from apartheid, man. Understand that? And they giving us so-called democracy and freedom. We're not free as a people. We're still at the bottom of all nations, man. Poverty. The nations are stepping on top of us every single day. We're not free. You understand? You're still paying tax. How are you free when you're still paying tax? Come on, read on.
They answered him, we be Abraham's seed, and were never in bondage to any man.
You see, these are scribes and Pharisees, these idiots. It's the same thing that you hear today with the bourgeoisie Negroes. You know these bourgeoisie Negroes that have reached near and say, they've got some sense. They say, no, me, I'm not oppressed. Like, I'll give a simple example. This idiot, what's his name? Vusitemba Kwayo. Yo, that's an idiot. He's an idiot of note. Because you know what he's pushing? He said, no, capitalism is how we're going to rule, is how we're going to come out of apartheid. Capitalism has been oppressing us for 30 years, since 1994. How has black people been since that time? What you talking about, man? Vusitembo Kwai. You don't know what you're talking about. Just shut the hell up, sit in some corner somewhere, and eat that money that white people are giving unto you. You understand? Read the Bible again.
The book of John, chapter 8, verse 32.
Read.
Verse 33. They answered him, we be Abraham's seed,
We be Abraham's seed. Come on.
and were never in bondage to any man.
Because that's what these bourgeoisie Negroes, they be saying dumb stuff like this. They say, no, we're not oppressed. Everything is good. You see, I got a job. I live in a nice neighborhood. I live in the suburbs. I do such and such and such. So guess what? I'm not a slave. Because he's not thinking about his nation. He's only thinking about himself. He don't give a damn about his nation, man. Read.
How sayest thou, ye shall be made free?
Because in their minds, they were not slaves. They were free. You know why? Because Rome was looking after them. You understand? They were benefiting from the relationship that they had with the white man during the time of the Roman Empire. Give me that in John 11 verse 47. John 11 verse 46. Start there.
The book of John, chapter 11, verse 46.
Read.
But some of them went their ways to the Pharisees and told them what things Jesus had done.
You see that? Because Christ was a revolutionary man. That's what you need to understand. Christ was a revolutionary man, man. Christ was a revolutionary man. Understand that. Read.
Then gathered the chief priest and the Pharisees a council and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles.
Because what was he doing? He was delivering the people from oppression. Spiritually, that's the first thing he was doing. Not only that, but physically when he was healing the people. Because he was moved with compassion. He had compassion on the people. He was paying their taxes. Why? Because they were not free. They were slaves. And Christ was born in slavery. That's what you need to understand. You understand? Go ahead.
If we let him thus alone,
If we let him thus alone,
all men will believe on him.
all men will believe on him. Come on.
And the Romans.
And the what?
And the Romans.
And the Romans, because guess what? That was their only concern. Their concern was Rome. And the Romans will do what?
And the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
Because that's all they were concerned with. They were concerned with when this guy keeps teaching, Rome is going to turn against us. Because what? They're going to say, hey, what's going on with your brother? Why is he busy teaching the people to revolt? Why is he teaching the people to repent? What you need to do something about this thing. Why? Because they were going to lose their relationships they had with Rome. Because Rome was feeding them. Today is what? Your TD Jakes. They are the ones. The love and relationship they have with America is the reason why black people in the Christian church are so destroyed. Because of them. Bu Creflo Doll, TD Jakes. That's them. Bu Pastor Chris. Bu Bushiri. These are the people that are destroying the 12 tribes of Israel in the churches by teaching them white supremacy. What is white supremacy? Christianity, democracy. You understand? The same garbage. The same garbage they were teaching our people back then is the same garbage they are teaching our people today. Who are sharp 10. You understand? They are benefiting from white America, man. They are benefiting from the system. That's why they don't give a damn about their nation. But Dr. Umar Johnson, Dr. Umar the Damn Johnson. You understand? The reason why he was busy pushing this polygamy and all of that, because that's what the thing that he was struggling with. But he didn't correct that. He went and married 2 women. You understand? Prostituting our sisters. You cannot make this stuff up. Okay? Now go back. John 8. John chapter 8. Read verse 34.
The book of John, chapter 8, verse 34.
Read.
Jesus answered them, verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin.
Read.
And the servant abideth not in the house forever.
Read.
But the Son abideth ever.
You see, he's letting them know Rome is not going to look after you forever. You understand? Because you think you're not free. Read.
If the Son therefore shall make you free.
If you see what Christ is saying, he says, if the Son therefore shall make you free, go ahead.
Ye shall be free indeed.
You're going to be free indeed. Because when Christ delivers us, guess what? Give me that in Matthew chapter 17, verse 24. I'm going to show you something. If the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. Matthew 17, verse 24. Read that.
The book of Matthew, chapter 17, verse 24.
Come on.
And when they were come to Capernaum, They that received tribute money came to Peter and said,
They that received tribute money. Who the people that received tribute money? Is talk about SARS. The revenue service. This is SARS. This is the tax collectors here. Today they'll be called South African Revenue Service here in Mzansi for sure. SARS. Read again. Verse 24.
the book of Matthew chapter 17 verse 24.
Come on.
And when they were come to Capernaum, they that received tribute money came to Peter and said,
So the tax collectors went to the apostle Peter. Read.
Doth not your master pay tribute?
Doesn't your master Christ pay tax? Read.
He saith, yes.
He said, so the apostle Peter was like, yes, he pays tax. Read.
And when he was come into the house, Jesus prevented him, saying, What thinkest thou, Simon?
What thinkest thou, Simon? Go ahead.
Of whom do the kings of the earth take custom or tribute?
It says, of what now?
Of whom do the kings of the earth take custom or tribute?
It says the kings of the earth. Who do they collect tax from? Read.
Of their own children?
Do they collect tax from their own children? Read.
Or of strangers?
Or of strangers. Who was the strangers? We were the strangers in Rome because we were slaves during that time when Christ walked the earth. Read.
Peter saith unto him, Of strangers.
Of strangers. Is they collecting tax from us? That's why the tax collectors went to the apostle Peter to collect tax. Read.
Jesus saith unto him, Then are the children free.
Then are their children free. So until then, listen, man, you're not free. We're still paying tax. We are not free. The day we stop paying tax, that's when you're gonna be free indeed. That's why it says, if the Son therefore shall make you free, you shall be free indeed. That's an example. I'm gonna show you when we ruled, we didn't pay no tax. We collected tax instead. I'm gonna show you. Give me that in Ezra chapter 4. Give me the book of Ezra, man. Yeah. Ezra chapter 4 verse 20. Watch this.
The book of Ezra chapter 4 verse 20.
Read.
There have been mighty kings also over Jerusalem,
Read.
which have ruled over all countries,
Which have ruled over all countries. Come on.
beyond the river, and toll, tribute, and custom was paid unto them.
You see what happens when we ruled? The nations paid us tax. The nations paid us tolls. You see these toll gates and whatnot. Where do you think they get it from? They get it from the Bible. Toll gates and whatnot. Read the Bible again, verse 20.
The book of Ezra chapter 4 verse 20. There have been mighty kings also over Jerusalem, which have ruled over all countries beyond the river, and toll, tribute, and custom was paid unto them.
Toll, tribute, and custom was paid unto them. Who were these kings? King David, King Solomon, King Hezekiah. You understand? King Josiah. This is them. Tribute was paid unto them. Tolls was paid unto them. Because when we ruled, we didn't pay tax. As long as we're still paying tax, you're not free, black man. You understand? I don't care how politically aware they are. These black men that you see on TV, now that they are campaigning for to be voted for, guess what? They are not free. You're not going to get freedom until you stop paying tax, which is when the Lord returns. Then you're going to be free indeed. Understand it. Go back to the book, man. Read that. The history of South Africa.
The history of South Africa which followed is a tragic story of military suppression, political oppression.
You see, military suppression, because guess what? The white man, when he came over here, did he vote for this land? He took it by fire and force. That's what military suppression is talking about. Right?
Political oppression.
They created political parties when they got here. And the main political party was what? The National Party is the one that was ruling South Africa and ruling black people with a rod of iron. Right?
Economic exploitation.
They pushed us in the ghettos. They took our land. They took our cattle. They took our houses. You understand? And they say, go to the mines and work. Leave your farms where your cattle are. Then when we went to the mines, what did they do? Because they took our cattle. They took our livestock. And when you went to work for the mine, you were there for months. So who's looking after your livestock? You understand? Read.
and social degradation of a
and
people.
social degradation. You know what the social degradation is? Democracy, Christianity, feminism, 50-50. You understand that? The bias and fallacy of GBV. Because today black women are using are abusing the system by bearing false witness against black men, say he raped me. And the minute the black woman says that, guess what's going to happen? They coming for you. You understand? But the black women don't stand up when other black women are throwing babies in the toilet, are throwing babies in the garbage, are throwing babies in the water, newborns. They be throwing them up in there. You don't see black women taken to the streets to a toy. You understand? You don't see black women being arrested for abusing black men. It's called IPV, intimate partner violence. You understand? 97% of IPV cases, guess who the perpetrators are? Black women. So that's the freedom they're talking about. Keep reading, man.
Unprecedented in the history of the civilized world.
So-called. Now jump down. Scroll up. Come on, brothers.
For over 300 years, the history of what is, in reality, the story of a dispossessed people has been falsified in favor of the settler.
The white man. So guess what? The white man, because remember, the victor tells the history. The victor tells the history. They are the ones that tell you how you should look at history. They will falsify the balances. They will distort the ends of history so that you don't have to wake up. Read.
And their supporters, whose writers recorded it in the interest of what they have misnamed.
You watch this.
Western Christian civilization.
That's it right there. You see how they distorted history and destroyed the minds of the people. They use Christianity to do it. Christianity, you will never find it in the Bible. The Bible is not the book of Christianity. The Bible is a book of laws, statutes, and commandments that was written to the 12 tribes of Israel and how to rule the earth. And that's it. That's what the Bible is about. Anything else is a lie, it's falsified. Go to the next page. Next page in orange. Actually, next page, page 3. Go to page 3. Yeah, that one at the bottom. Watch this. Because who are these settlers that are being mentioned here by our forefather, Dr. Mutsuku Peko, the late? Watch this. Read it.
That is the habit of the Europeans. They like to twist things to suit them.
You see, that's what the white man does. He twists things to suit themselves. Read.
They never hesitate to change the scriptures.
Stop right there. You see that he knew. They never do what now?
They never hesitate to change the scriptures.
They never hesitate to change the scriptures. How did the white man change the scriptures? You may be asking, how did this white man change the scriptures? Look up the Bible of the Jehovah's Witnesses Bible, because they have their own. And look up Matthew 18 verse 11. You see, the white man doesn't hesitate to change the scriptures. Not only that, but look up NIV and look up Song of Solomon 1 and 5. I want to show you how demonic this white man is, because the white man is the devil the Bible speaks of. And I say it with all the contempt you can think of and reproach. You understand? Did you find it? Okay, look up the NIV in the meantime while you're looking for that and put it on the screen. I'm going to show you, because Dr. Mutsuku Pegweni says, read that part again in the book.
They never hesitate to change the scriptures. If by that they would get away with some wicked deed.
Exactly, because the white man is the wicked the Bible speaks of. So he knew. There's some things that he knew, this forefather man. There's certain things he knew, because they say he was a theologian. So that means when he was a theologian and he's coming with a Pan-Africanist mindset. Remember that movie, Malcolm X? The movie Malcolm X? There's a scene in there where Malcolm X is challenging this white man about the color of the disciples. I want you to look that video up also. You understand? Did you find it? Yeah, put it up on the screen. And look up that clip of the movie Malcolm X. I'm going to show you something, man. There's something up in there. So black men and black women, we are not free. Understand that. We're still slaves up in here. Now share it on the screen. Put it up so that people can see this. Yeah. So now this is the NIV version. You understand? And you're gonna look up, also gonna at the same time, you're gonna change the Bible, you're gonna say KJV after this. I'm gonna show you what the white man is doing, man. Yeah, read it. We want to see what is NIV indeed. Scroll up so we can see that. Yes, New International Version. Why was this needed? There's no need for a New International Version when we have the KJV with the Apocrypha. Why do we need to have an New International Version? What for? Now read the Bible. Come on.
Reading from New International Version. Song of Solomon 1 and 5.
Go up now. Watch this.
Dark am I, yet lovely.
You see this? Dark am I, yet lovely. When you read this, you're not going to know that King Solomon is a black man. You are not going to know that King Solomon is your forefather because of the way it's written. Because the white man is the damn devil. Keep reading.
Daughters of Jerusalem, dark like the tents of Kedar, like the tent curtains of Solomon.
Now stop right there. Let's say you go to the police, they want you to describe an accident or an event. They ask you, say, okay, this car came and pulled over and, they robbed me, they took my possessions and whatnot. The first thing they're going to ask you, what color was the car? It was dark. No, what color was the car? It was dark blue. Was it dark blue? Dark red? You understand? Was it dark orange? What color was the car? Dark brown? What was it? No, it was dark. Did you just describe the color of the car? No. We don't know what the color is. What color was the car? We don't. You see what the white man has done? So when you read this with non-spiritual eyes, you're just going to think, oh, okay, that's fine. No, there's nothing fine about what we just read. Now read the one in King James Version. You see, dark doesn't tell me nothing.
Yes, sir.
You understand? It doesn't tell me nothing, man. Now change the, yeah, that's it. Now read that.
Reading from King James Version. Song of Solomon 1 verse 5.
Watch this. Go up. Yes. Now read that.
I am black.
Stop right there. That right there tells you what color King Solomon was. It tells you. Right there, it is telling you King Solomon is a black man. So when you read the one before it, it doesn't tell you nothing about what our forefather looks like. Because the white man is the devil. Now read that verse again.
Song of Solomon 1 verse 5.
Read.
I am black.
I am black.
But comely.
And beautiful.
O ye daughters of Jerusalem.
Read.
As the tents of Kedar. As the curtains of Solomon.
You see that thing? Did you find the one of Jehovah's Witnesses? Yes. Now watch this. Because Dr. Mutsuku Pogi said what? Let's not lose that thought. Read the thing in the book again. You understand? The book. Go back to the book now. What this white man is capable of doing. We got it? Okay. Read that thing again. Read that paragraph again.
That is the habit of the Europeans. They like to twist things to suit them. They never hesitate to change.
You see that part right there? They never hesitate. Never. Meaning they have no fear to change the things that are written in the book as they are written. They have no fear. Read.
They never hesitate to change the scriptures. If by that they would get away with some wicked deed.
Exactly. So what wicked deed are they getting away with? White supremacy. The wicked deed that the white man is getting away with by changing scriptures and changing the colors of the prophets in the book is white supremacy. Because the white man wants to be worshipped as a god on this earth. That's why the Greeks, if you look at their names, you had Antiochus Epiphanes. The way Antiochus Epiphanes means gods manifest on earth. Because they wanted to be gods on earth. Because they know who the gods are. You understand? Because the white man is weak. He's weak. He's weak-minded. That's what you need to understand. Okay? Now, did we find it? Yeah, read it. Put it up on the screen. So, Nahum, give me Revelation 20, 22. Revelation 22. You're going to read verse 18. We hold that. Now, yes, Matthew 18. Now, this is the Jehovah's Witnesses Bible, right? Yeah, we want Matthew 18, verse 11. So, let's scroll up. Where are we reading from?
Reading from jehovahswitness.org.
Jehovahswickedness.org. Call it correctly, man.
Reading from jehovahswickedness.org.
There it is. Now, go up. So, I want brothers and sisters, pay close attention and tell me if you'll find Matthew 18, verse 11. So, move the cursor, move that thing. Move it away. So, brothers and sisters, do you see the verse over there? It is not. They took that whole verse out because in the beginning of my search, before this truth hit me like a ton of bricks, there's a white boy, Edomite, who I asked him, I was like, hey, why is verse 11 missing here? Because me, I like to read. Even when I was there, I read the book, man. I was reading the Bible. But one day I was like, yo, where's the verse 11? He says, no, verse 11 is not inspired of God. That's what he said. That was his exact words. He said, no, that verse is not inspired of God. I said, show me, where is that written, man? It's not inspired. That really bothered me, man. That thing really bothered my spirit. But I didn't know because I couldn't ask. And I didn't know who I can ask, who can actually tell me what the hell going on. You understand? So now go to King James Version, Matthew 18, verse 11. Let's read what it says. You see, they took a whole verse out of the Bible. Because the white man is the devil. You see, this one, I'm going to highlight this thing over and over. The white man is the damn devil the Bible speaks of. You understand? Matthew 18, verse 11 now. Because there's something they are hiding when the reason why they took that verse. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to show you what the white man is hiding. You understand? Did we get it? Let's put it up on the screen. Matthew 18, verse 11. Yes. Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Read it. Where are we reading from?
Reading from King James Version.
No. What website is this?
Yes, sir. Bible Gateway.
Bible Gateway. Okay, oh praise. Okay, come on.
Reading from BibleGateway.com. King James Version. Matthew 18, verse 11.
Let's read the verse. Let's see if it's missing. Yes. Now read that verse.
For the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost.
Read it again.
For the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost.
So how do you take this powerful verse out of the Bible like this? I'm going to show you why. Because the white man, again, he's the devil. Now, give me Matthew 15, verse 24. You see, they took this verse out because why? They don't want the people to know who Christ came to deliver from slavery and who's Christ coming to save when he returns. Now read that. Matthew 15, verse 24. Matthew 15, verse 24. I'm going to show you that. Hold on. Yes, scroll up. I want the people online to see what we're reading from. Come on, scroll up. Why am I not seeing the verse? Yes. Now read that.
The book of Matthew, chapter 15, verse 24.
Come on.
But he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
So you see that thing? I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Remember, it says the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost. Who's lost? The lost sheep. The house of Israel is the sheep that was lost. So Christ is only coming for the house of Israel. That's it. You see that? That's why they took that verse out. The white man is the devil, man. Now give me Revelation 22 verse 18. Let's hear what the Bible is saying. Why do you think white people, they have this funny, those of you brothers and sisters that work in hospitals, the level of type of demonic diseases that white people be coming into the hospital with is things that you've never seen before. Ne? The type of operations they do, it's like, what the hell is this? You know why? This is the reason. Now read the Bible. I'm going to show you why they're getting plagued with these funny diseases that nobody can explain. Read it.
Revelation 22, sir.
Verse 18.
The book of Revelation, chapter 22, verse 18.
Come on.
For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book.
Go ahead.
If any man shall add unto these things.
If any man shall add unto these things. You add to the Bible. Go ahead.
God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book.
That's why the white man be getting these funny plagues that no doctors can figure out, or what kind of a disease is this? We don't know what it is. We're still doing research. Why do you think this medical research is so vast? Medical research is a big business. You know why? They're doing this for the benefit of white people, because they don't know what type of diseases these come from. The Lord is the one that's doing it to them. Keep reading. Watch this.
And if any man shall take away from
whoa. If any man shall what now?
And if any man shall take away.
If any man shall take away, meaning you take scriptures out of this Bible and you publish the book too. They took Matthew 18 verse 11 out the Bible. Read.
From the words of the book of this prophecy.
Watch this.
God shall take away his part out of the book of life.
The book of life is what? The Bible. That's why the white man, the time will come when the white man will no longer be on this earth. Because you see what he's doing? Read.
And God shall take away his part out of the book of life.
Watch this.
And out of the holy city. And from the things which are written in this book.
So guess what? You see, the white man, all the plagues that are upon the entire Caucasian race, that's why they've got funny diseases that nobody can figure out. That's why they are the biggest drug users on earth. You see how many pills that white people be taking? Listen, man, they even know them by names. These pills, these medications, they sort them according to, listen, man, they know them. You know why? Because that's what the white man is doing. He's doing this. The Lord said, oh, no problem. I'm going to plague you. You understand? So I just wanted to show you there's something else that you brothers have found. Yes, that's the one I want. Yep. I want the one when he was challenging the white man. Yes. It comes from that movie, Malcolm X. Put it up on the screen. You must watch that movie. It's a good movie to watch. You understand? Not when he was a Muslim. No. Yeah, oh praises. I'm going to show you that. Yes, that's the clip right there. When I was watching it, I'm like, yo, you know, in the past, when I watched it, I completely was oblivious of this. Because I wasn't listening to what they were saying. You understand? I just wanted to see what happens next. Now, play it, man. Put it on the screen. Pay close attention. Listen to what he says here. Now, pause. You see Caesar Borges at the back? You see that gay thing? Look at that thing. Yeah, that's it. Look at that. This is in prison, by the way. Now play on.
And the thief
it's quite right.
cometh not but for to steal.
Hold on.
And
you know what's crazy? The white man is talking about the thief. The main thief. And he's the main thief. Now play the video, man.
And the thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy.
He's the thief.
And I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. St. John 10, verse 10. Are there any questions?
Hey, watch it, baby. This cat is heavy on religion.
I can see this has become a struggle between good and evil. Satan has a question.
You cannot make this up. Pause. Satan. You cannot make this up, man. And this was a movie that was put out. You understand? Satan is calling a Jew, the son of God, Satan. Play on. Watch this.
Yes, sir, Chaplain Gill, but since neither one of us are God, I don't think either one of us are in any position to say who's good and who's evil.
Why don't you just ask your question?
We were discussing the disciples. What color were they?
Well, I don't think we know that for certain.
But they were Hebrews, were they not?
That's right.
As was Jesus. Jesus was also a Hebrew.
Why don't you just ask your question?
What color were the original Hebrews?
I have told you that we don't know that for certain.
Then you can't believe for certain that Jesus was white.
Just a moment, just a moment. God is white. Isn't it obvious?
Well, that is obvious, but we don't know if it's obvious that God is white. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Jesus did not have blonde hair and blue eyes. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that the images of Jesus that are on prison walls and churches throughout the world are not historically correct, because history teaches us that Jesus was born in a region where the people had color. There's proof in the very Bible that you ask us to read in Revelation, 1st chapter, verse 14 and 15, that Jesus had hair like wool and feet the color of brass.
Just what are you saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm proving to you that Jesus was not, and I might quote one of our Indian brothers, he was not a paleface.
Oh, praises.
Amen.
Now, you see what he was referencing? Revelation 1:14 and 15. Is that it on that? Okay, get Revelation 1:14 and 15. Put the picture of the Messiah on the screen. He says, God is white. Isn't that obvious? Sure. He's looking at the pictures. Because that's how all of them think. All of them think that way. You know why they say they think that way? Because they say, but you see, we're showing it on TV. He's white. We're showing it during Easter that he died for you. We show it during Christmas that he was born on this day. Zoom in. Come on, zoom the picture in. Put my picture out the way. I want to see the description of the Messiah, man. Yes. Now read the Bible. Revelation 1 verse 14.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 14.
Watch this.
His head and his hairs were white like wool.
His hair and his hairs were white like wool. You see, white hair. White and woolly hair. Hair of black people, afro. Go ahead.
As white as snow. And his eyes were as a flame of fire.
Because he drank wine in moderation according to Revelation 14, Genesis 49 verse 12. Go ahead.
And his feet like unto fine brass.
You see, his feet was like fine brass burned in a furnace. Go ahead.
As if they burned in a furnace.
Because Christ was a black man. Christ was black. You understand? He was so dark that he burned in a furnace. That's how black he was. So the white man, again, a liar. You just saw that, right? You see, freedom doesn't begin with physicality. Freedom starts in your mind. Freedom is a mindset. That's why the Lord wants to deliver at first spiritually. He wants to liberate our minds because our mind is sick. So that's why we must. What are you doing, young men? What are you doing, man? Stop playing with the food. Okay, read that Bible again.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 15.
Read.
And his feet like unto fine brass.
His feet like unto fine brass. Go ahead.
As if they burned in a furnace.
As if they burned in a furnace. Because Jesus Christ was a black man. So when you read this, they say, you see, color doesn't matter. That's the garbage you're going to hear. You read the Bible, we prove that Christ is a black man. Then the white man has taught the black woman to say, yeah, color doesn't matter. You say, show me the scripture. They cannot find it. You know where they go? They will go to Galatians. Give me Galatians 3 real quick. Galatians 3:20. This is where the black woman will take you. The black Christian woman will take you right here. You understand? Listen good. Galatians 3:28.
The book of Galatians, chapter 3, verse 28.
Go ahead.
There is neither Jew nor Greek.
That part, they say, you see, there is neither Jew nor Greek. Go ahead.
There is neither Jew nor Greek.
Mm-hmm.
There is neither bond nor free.
Now, the thing that you need to think about is, okay, there is neither Jew nor Greek. Okay, who are the Jews? You know what they're going to tell you? They're going to tell you, no, Jews are white, because they're going to be referencing white people calling themselves Jewish. Okay, then we took that's out the way. They are white people again, according to them. And according to Gayton McKenzie, who are saying, yeah, me, I'm not going to say anything against Israel, because if anybody say anything against Israel, they are cursed. I don't want my children to be cursed. I'm a Christian. That's what he said. Look up that video. There's a clip of Gayton McKenzie when he was, I think he was some kind of a rally thing. Was it in KZN or something? I saw that video, man. Now keep reading.
The book of Galatians, chapter 3, verse 28.
Right?
There is neither Jew nor Greek.
So let's say, according to them, they say the Jews are white, because they are referring to Amalek, who stole your identity. That's number one. The second thing is what?
There is neither bond nor free.
No. Jew nor what?
There is neither Jew nor Greek.
Stop. Who are the Greeks? The Greeks are white people. Okay. So now, according to them, these people that we're reading about, these are all white people. Okay, so black women, what do you have to do with it? Because if, according to you, all of these are white people, what do you have to do with all this? I get both of them are white, according to you. So so where do you fit into all this? If that's the case, where do you fit in? That would be the question, right? So where would you fit in then? Because you're saying color doesn't matter. But according, if we read Galatians, because that's what they'll run to, because they don't understand the book of Galatians. Galatians were Israelites scattered in Galatia. You can read about that in 1 Peter's, right? Yeah, 1 Peter's, is it 1 and 1? Yeah, we're not going to go there. There's many classes we've gone over that. Now, did we find that? What were we looking for? It's a small clip, so he's standing wearing a black t-shirt. Okay, now, what is the other one we wanted to go to? Yes, play that. Isma Khashula, when they talk about this freedom, this is 30 years of democracy and whatnot. Now, there is freedom in the Bible, by the way. You're not going to find the word freedom, but there is the word free, which is what we read. But there's another word for freedom is liberty. You understand? Okay, where we at? Yeah, play that video. Yeah, this is that ACDP. Remember, we blasted them on the streets in Pretoria? We blasted them in Pretoria, Bell. Because we corrected them in Macedon. Yo. Okay, play the video, man. Put a disclaimer on. Yeah, that's it right there.
Thank you.
We can't hear nothing. Yeah, put the volume up a bit.
Thank you, sir. May I please have the African Congress for Transformation?
Do you pledge?
I do pledge. I do.
That's him, right? Okay, listen to what he says. Listen to what he's going to say.
Kaofela ke hlomphele IEC rona re le mokgatlo wa ACT African Congress for Transformation re a itlama hore re tla sebetsa mmoho le mekgatlo yohle ho etsa bonnete ba hore hona le botsitso dikgethong tsena tse re leng ho tsona obane ba tlileng pele ba elwanetseng tokoloho ba lwanetse freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom of choice. Me ba ahi ba South Africa le montsena tse fethi bana le yona tokelo ya ikgethela mokgatlo wa o ratang. Re a itlama me re a utlwisisa hore.
Pause. Go back again. I want you to hear what he just said.
Obane ba tlileng pele ba e lwanetseng tokoloho. Ba lwanetse freedom of association,
see?
freedom of speech, freedom of choice. Me baahi ba South
Pause. That's it. That's it. Did you hear what he just said? He says ANC, all they fought for was freedom of association. Who are they associating themselves with? Give me the book of Isaiah. Give me Isaiah real quick. Give me Isaiah. Then I'm going to go. Okay. I touched on our forefather Mtsuku Peku. There's certain things I want to touch on. Then I'm going to go deep into the class now. Okay. Now, what? Give me Isaiah 8. Is it 8? Yes. Isaiah chapter 8. Read verse 9. Listen good. He says, the ANC only fought. There is this past 30 years of democracy, of this crazy demon called democracy. You understand? Demon crazy. Go ahead.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 8, verse 9.
Listen good.
Associate yourselves.
You see, the freedom of association. To associate themselves with white supremacy. That is the association that they care about. Read.
O ye people, and ye shall be broken in pieces.
You see, that's why as a people we are broken in pieces. Read.
And give ear, all ye of far countries.
Read.
Gird yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces.
Okay, so take Shamara to Jonah's room to go and lie down. Now read the Bible again.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 8, verse 9.
Read.
Associate yourselves, O ye people, and ye shall be broken in pieces.
Come on.
And give ear, all ye of far countries. Gird yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces.
Because they are not going to succeed. They are wondering why these past 30 years nothing has changed. We've been more at the bottom. We're struggling even more and more. It's because of this, what we're reading here. Go ahead.
Gird yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces.
Read.
Take counsel together.
Come on.
And it shall come to naught.
You see what the Bible is saying? Take counsel together with these European nations. It will come to naught. Read.
Speak the word, and it shall not stand.
Go ahead.
For God is with us.
Read.
For the Lord spake thus to me with a strong hand, and instructed me that I should not walk in the way of these people, saying,
that I should not walk in the way of these people. You hear what Ace Makashule just said? Because why? It's the freedom of association. That's the only thing they care about. You understand? Freedom of speech, freedom of choice. You understand that, right? My body, my choice. That's the freedom they're talking about. My body, my choice. Read.
Say ye not a confederacy to all them to whom these people shall say.
Read.
A confederacy. Neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid.
Nor be afraid. Come on.
Sanctify the Lord of hosts himself.
That's what we're doing right now. We're sanctifying the Lord of hosts himself. Read.
And let him be your fear.
Go ahead.
And let him be your dread.
All praises to the Most High. So that's what that's our focus. We focus on the Most High God of heaven and earth. To hell with voting. We don't vote for nothing. What are we voting for? The Most High God never commanded us to go out and vote. Because why? I'm going to show you why the Lord don't want Israelites to vote. As long as, especially now, when the Lord is woken you up, you know right from wrong. The Most High God don't want us to be voting. Now watch this. Read Isaiah chapter 30. Verse 1. Watch this.
The book of Isaiah chapter 30 verse 1.
Come on.
Woe to the rebellious children.
Woe to the rebellious children. Come on.
Saith the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me.
They take counsel, but not of me. Go ahead.
And that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit.
You see what the Lord is saying? He says, you covered with the covering, but it's not the covering of my spirit. Our people are covered with the spirit, the unclean spirit called democracy, politics, 50-50, and feminism. Read.
That they may add sin to sin.
You see that they may add sin to sin. Come on.
That walk to go down into Egypt.
Because Egypt, what were we in Egypt? We were slaves. So now you go to your oppressors to go and ask for help from the people that have oppressed you and that are oppressing you. It will never work. Read.
And have not asked at my mouth.
You see, and we have not asked at the Lord's mouth. You're going to ask for your oppressor for help. That's why you see with Julius Malema going to Oxford, going to all these European countries to ask for funding. They're going to their oppressors for help. Read.
To strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh.
You see that they are strengthening themselves in the strength of Pharaoh. Read.
And to trust in the shadow of Egypt.
Because what's the shadow of Egypt? Because we're not in actual Egypt, but we are under the shadow of Egypt. That's America, Europe. You understand? That's the shadow of Egypt. Jump down to verse 5.
Verse 5. They were all ashamed of a people that could not profit them.
You see that? Read.
Nor be any help, nor profit, but a shame and also a reproach.
Jump down to verse 7.
Verse 7. For the Egyptians shall help in vain.
The Egyptians shall what now?
Shall help in vain.
The Lord is letting you know the oppressor is going to help you in vain. They always want something. They're not going to help you out of their own heart because they have none. Okay, go ahead.
And to no purpose. Therefore, I have cried concerning this. Their strength is to sit still.
The Lord says your strength is to sit still. Hold fast to that which you have already. You understand? Give me Lamentations chapter 4 verse 17. Lamentations 4 verse 17. Read that.
The book of Lamentations, chapter 4, verse 17.
Come on.
As for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help.
Remember, it says the Egyptians shall help in vain. Where our eyes have yet failed for our vain help. Read.
As for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help.
Vain help. Go ahead.
In our watching
for this vain help that will never come. Democracy, voting, they say vote and change will come. How many times they've been saying this? Read.
We have watched for a nation that could not save us.
Because we are hoping that our oppressors will save us. Our oppressors will not save you because they are the ones that are enslaving you. Why would they deliver you from the oppression whom they put you in? It makes no sense. Because without the Bible, our people are senseless. You understand? Okay, that's it on that. Go back to that book, Mutsuku Pegu. That is the habit of the Europeans. Then I'm going to go somewhere else now. A lot of scriptures I'm going to skip now. I need to go deep into that class. Man, yo, what verse we at? Yeah, go to that verse, the book. Yeah, read that.
That is the habit of the Europeans. They like to twist things to suit them.
Read.
They never hesitate to change the scriptures, if by that they would get away with some wicked deed.
Read.
It is not very long since the Europeans came to this country.
Okay, go to the next page. And give me Lamentations 5 and 1. The next page. Let's go to the next page, brothers. Page 4. We're still reading the story of a dispossessed people from our late forefather, Mutsuku Pegu. Well, read that.
Today, we starve my child.
He says, today we starve my child. Go ahead.
We have not enough land to produce food or rear cattle.
And rear cattle.
The Europeans took our land from us. Our forefathers fought with
Assechais and Nobkiris.
But Europeans had guns, so they took our land.
You see that? So they took our land. Give me that in Micah 2 verse 1. He says, we starve my child. Yo, before we get there, Lamentations 5 and 1. Lamentations 5 and 1.
The book of Lamentations, chapter 5 verse 1.
Come on.
Remember, O Lord, what is come upon us.
Okay, you can take that off the screen now. Read that again. Come on.
The book of Lamentations, chapter 5 verse 1.
Read.
Remember, O Lord, what is come upon us.
Oppression. Read.
Consider and behold our reproach.
Look at our reproach, the way we live. Read.
Our inheritance is turned to strangers.
Who are the strangers? The white men, the Europeans, and all the other nations that support them. Read.
Our houses to aliens.
So who are the real aliens on this continent? The white men. Who are the real aliens in America? The white men. Read.
We are orphans and fatherless. Our mothers are as widows.
Watch this.
We have drunken our water for money.
Now we're buying our water. Water is a natural resource. We're buying it now. Read.
Our wood is sold unto us.
Because our wood now is sold unto us. Because why? We use wood for many different things. Not only that, but we use wood to make fire. Today, the wood is the coal to produce electricity. You understand? We're paying for that too. Go ahead.
Our necks are under persecution. We labor.
We work
and have no rest.
We have no rest. That's why they don't want to give you the Sabbath off. Because the oppressors are ruling over us, man. Read.
We have given the hand to the Egyptians.
That's it right there. We have given the hand to the Egyptians. Because black people always want to help white people, Chinese people. You understand? So now it says we have what? We have given the hand to the Egyptians. Go ahead.
And to the Assyrians to be satisfied with bread.
Our bread. That's why they bring Europeans over here. They say, no, we want investors. If we toy and speak the truth about what the white man has done, they say he's gonna put away investors. You know, you're gonna make the investors to be de-interested to invest money in South Africa. What are we reading? Read again. Verse 6.
The book of Lamentations, chapter 5, verse 6. We have given the hand to the Egyptians.
We have given the hand to the Egyptians. The Egyptians are our oppressors. So now the black people have given the hand to the white man, the Chinese man, Russia. That's why it says, no, the Chinese will come and help us. The white man will come and help us. We want Russia to come and help us. We have given our hand to what now?
We have given the hand to the Egyptians.
The oppressors. Read.
And to the Assyrians.
And to the Assyrians. Read.
To be satisfied with bread.
Which bread? Whose bread? Our bread. Now, they take our raw materials, they take them to their countries, they process them over there, and they sell you back what's been processed at a high price. And guess what? Your currency is weak. Their currency is stronger because of your raw materials. The reason why the dollar is strong is because of what? The oil. You understand that? It's because of the oil, the gold, which they don't have anything there. It's a bottomless pit. So where they getting all this oil from? They're getting it from the continent. That's why you see there's so much instability in Nigeria, because Nigeria has one of the largest oil reserves in the world. That's why they cannot live over there. That's why Boko Haram is causing problems. Who's hiring Boko Haram? The United States of America, to cause a civil war in the country so that America can come as superheroes to come and save the day. You understand? That's what they do. That's what they do. That's why during Obama's administration, they sent him to go to Nigeria. Say, go there and talk to your brothers. They said, no, we're not going to. What was his name? Was it Goodluck Jonathan? He said, no, go back. You understand? He said, no, we don't want that. They said, but in order for us to help you to deal with Boko Haram, you must allow homosexuality in your country. They said, hell to hell with that. No, we don't want that. They tried the same thing with Kenya, with Kenyatta. Kenyatta's like, no, we're not going to do homosexuality business here. We don't want that. They tried to do the same thing in Namibia. Ne? They tried to convince the president of Namibia. The president of Namibia is like, no, we don't want that. Go back. You see how it goes? Yeah, jump down to verse 8.
The book of Lamentations, chapter 5, verse 8.
Watch this.
Servants have ruled over us.
Are servants not ruling over us right now? Servants are ruling over us. Read.
There is none that doeth deliver us out of their hand.
Nobody's delivering us out of the hands of these servants that are ruling over us. You understand? Because why? The United Nations don't want to help nothing because they are not there to help us. So that's why you see black people be proud to go and speak at the UN, like it's going to do something. Remember Naledi Pandor? She went over there. She spoke at the UN conference and whatnot, like her voice is going to mean nothing. It's not going to mean anything because the UN is a brainchild of the EU. The UN pillar is the EU in blackface. You understand? The EU, the UN is like what? It's like Caesar Borgia. They just make you go there and speak at the UN like your voice is going to be heard. Your voice not going to be heard. Naledi Pandor. Not nobody gonna hear you. You understand? Now, yeah, read verse 9.
We got our bread with the peril of our lives.
It says we get our bread with the peril of our lives. So you slaving for your own bread, your own minerals, your own platinum, your own chrome, your own gold and diamonds, your own uranium, your own coal. You understand that? Europe came over here to say we're going to help South Africa with the energy crisis, but over there they depend on Russia. You understand? Germany was over here. So they cannot get power in their own country, but they're going to help us with the power. How does that make sense? Make that make sense. It don't make no sense. But Cyril Ramaphosa, because they like what? They've gotten the freedom of association, because that's all they want. They like it when we see them on the news, they are shaking the hand of Joe Biden. You know, oh, so he means he actually meets with the president of the free world and whatnot. There must be something good. There's nothing good about that. But it is what Ismail Khashoggi was talking about when he says freedom of association. You understand? Now, that's it on that. All praise to the Most High. I just wanted to go over this to pay tribute to our forefather, Dr. Motsogo Pegu. Now, let's get into it. Give me the book of 2 Ezra 15 verse 20. 2 Ezra 15 verse 20. Okay? We're switching gears now. 2 Ezra 15 verse 20. Before we get that, give me that in Sirach 12. Sirach 12 verse 10. For these political so-called leaders, that the only freedom they appreciate is the freedom of association with the slave master. Let me show you what the Bible says about the slave master, because that's the only power that they like, them being associated with the slave master. I saw there was the raising of the flag in New York. When was it? Yesterday? There was a flag raising in New York where black people was over there to raise the flag of 30 years of democracy when they were talking to the mayor of New York, a brother over there. They were so excited about that. I'm like, what does that do for any of us in captivity? Nothing. But it's called the freedom of association. You understand? Now, read that.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 10.
Come on.
Never trust thine enemy.
What did the Bible say?
Never trust thine enemy.
As in never. Never trust your enemy. Go ahead.
For like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness.
Meaning what? He may be good now, but at the end, he's going to rust just like iron rusts. His wickedness will show. Read.
Though he humble himself.
Though they humble themselves, they say, no, we love black people. The minute you hear that, you must run. They hate your guts. They're trying to batter you to make you feel comfortable. No, you know, not me, I like black people. That's a racist. Now keep reading.
Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him.
How do they go crouching? In the Christian church. They are pastors now. You understand? With Joel Osteen. Read.
And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass.
You know that the same name is odd. Eh? Joel Osteen. That's Amalek. Weinstein, Zuckerberg, Mark Wahlberg. That's Amalek. Those are the bastard children of Eliphaz. You understand? Joel Osteen is an Amalekite. He is Amalek. Okay, come on.
And thou shalt know that his rust has not been altogether wiped away.
You see, because why? You're using the Bible to inspect him. But if you use your feelings, you're not going to see the evil. That's what the Bible is saying. Okay? Is that it on that?
Yes, sir.
Verse 12.
Set him not by thee.
Don't set him by you.
Lest when he has overthrown thee.
Because that's his objective, to overthrow you. You understand? Go ahead.
He stand up in thy place.
He stand at your place.
Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat.
You see that? Because that's the objective. Me, I'm very skeptical, even at the plantation, when the white man says, yo, I want to learn from you. Listen, I'm high alert, I know. Satan alert, Satan alert. You must be very careful around that white man, because his job is to overthrow you. That's what the Bible is saying. Read.
And thou at the last remember my words.
You see that? Read.
And be pricked therewith.
Now jump down to verse 16.
Verse 16. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he imagineth how to overthrow thee.
How to throw thee into a pit.
How to throw thee into a pit. He will weep with his eyes. But if he find opportunity,
Because guess what? He's looking for an opening. Read.
he will not be satisfied with blood.
That's it. That's what we read when he said, we know what that is? It's called apartheid. Remember the characteristics of apartheid is what? Bloodshed. This is part of it. Read.
If adversity come upon thee,
If any problem come upon you, what's going to happen?
thou shalt find him there first.
They're going to be there to the rescue. Ta-ta-ra-ra. Go ahead.
And though he pretend to help thee,
You see, so they are not helping you. They are pretending. They are doing it in pretense. You understand that? Give me that in Philippians 1, man. They are doing it in pretense, man. They are not helping you. They are doing it in pretense. Philippians 1, read verse 20.
the book of Philippians.
No, read verse 15.
Yes, sir.
Watch this.
The book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 15.
Come on.
Some indeed preach Christ, even of envy and strife.
That's the white man. They teach Christ because of envy and strife. Read.
And some also of goodwill.
Meaning because we teach the Christ of goodwill. Because we want goodwill to all the 12 tribes of Israel. Read.
The one preach Christ of contention.
The white man. That's why the white man and his followers, Wutiri Jakes, because guess what? They are that's the followers. Okay, read.
Not sincerely.
They are not doing it sincerely. Go ahead.
Supposing to add affliction to my bonds.
Because the whole point of doing this is to put you more into slavery. But this time they do it with deceit. Christianity is one of the greatest deception that the world has ever seen when it comes to the 12 tribes of Israel. Because why? They are using our book. That's why it's easy for black people to just believe what the white man says when it comes with this Bible. Because they know our spirits are connected with this book. They know it. So now they are using our book against us, but they're doing it deceitfully. You understand? Read.
But the other of love.
The other of life, that's us. Because we teach the laws of God. Go ahead.
Knowing that I am set for the defense of the gospel.
Watch this.
What then? Notwithstanding, every way, whether in pretense or in truth, Christ is preached.
Come on.
And I therein do rejoice, yea, and will rejoice.
Okay, all praises. So go back. Sirach 12. Verse 17.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 17. If adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first.
Read.
And though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine thee.
That's the point. Read.
He will shake his head and clap his hands.
Because now he's realized that now he's found a what? He's got an advantage now. That's why he will shake his head and what? And clap his hands at thee. Go ahead.
And whisper much.
And speak behind your back. Read.
And change his countenance.
And change his countenance towards you. You see, that's the white man. That's how they operate. It doesn't matter. This is their spirit. Now, 2 Ezra chapter 15 verse 20.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 20.
Watch this.
Behold, saith God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me.
This is the Lord now speaking through the prophet Ezra. He says, I will what now?
Behold, saith God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me.
Read.
Which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Libanus, to turn themselves one against another, and repay the things that they have done to them.
Now, what I want you to understand is that this right here, when you see nations going to war, that's today's topic. You understand? Bellum Mundos, war of the worlds. Bellum Mundos is Latin. Bellum Mundos is not, this is not Spanish. You understand? This is Latin. Bellum Mundos, war of the worlds. That's what it means. You understand? Now, when it says from the rising of the sun, get that link that I sent. There's a link that is got a long, it's quite long, that link. If you click it, it will open that. When it says from the rising of the sun, where is that? Yeah, click that. Share it with the people. Yes. Transition it. Is it transitioned? Okay. Now read that verse again.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 20.
Watch this.
Behold, saith God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me.
Now this is World War III. You understand? This is the third war which cometh quickly. Read.
Which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east.
So when it says the rising of the sun from the south, from the east. Go ahead.
And Libanus.
Stop right there. So read that on the screen.
Sir.
The search was what? What is the search?
Reading from google.com.
Uh-huh.
Rising of the sun direction.
Now watch this. Read it.
The east.
The what?
The east.
Because the sun rises from the where? The east. Go ahead.
Hence, the sun rises from the east.
Read.
And sets in the west.
So this is letting you know the war is going to be taking place where? In the Near East. You understand? In the Near East, not only that, but from the Eastern Hemisphere, the nations will be coming also from the Eastern Hemisphere. That's part of Asian countries. You understand that? Okay. So when it says from the rising of the sun, that's the east, that goes into the so-called Middle East, Lebanon. You understand that? The Arab nations, that's talking about them. Not only that, but China, India, and so forth, Japan, Russia. You understand that? Okay. Now, keep reading. Go back to 2 Ezra, chapter 15, verse 20.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 20.
Watch this.
Behold, saith God, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the rising of the sun.
Read.
From the south, from the east, and Libanus.
That's Lebanon. Come on.
To turn themselves one against another.
For them to go to war. Bellum Mundos. War of the worlds. Read.
And repay the things that they have done to them.
And repay the things they've done to them. The them is us. Read.
Like as they do yet this day unto my chosen.
Come on.
So will I do also, and recompense in their bosom. Thus saith the Lord God.
Thus saith the Lord God. So the Lord is letting you know the reason why the nations going to war against themselves right now is to repay the things that they've done to us. What are those things? Oppression. You understand that? Oppression, social degradation, political exploitation. You understand that? Economic exploitation. The nations oppressing us in every which way. You understand? The Lord says they're going to pay for what they've done. Jump down to verse 28.
Verse 28. Behold, an horrible vision.
Read.
And the appearance thereof from the east.
From the where?
From the east.
Now get the list of Asian countries. The east is the United Arab Emirates. That's the Arab nations united. That's the Arab nations. That's what it's making reference to here. It says from the east. The so-called Middle East, which is called the Near East. Read that. Read again verse 28.
Yes, sir. Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 28.
Okay, now share that with the people on the screen. Now read that again.
Behold, an horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east.
And the appearance thereof from the east. Okay? So the east, that's also going into what? Because the east fall under the Asian countries. You understand? Now read that. Countries in Asia.
Reading from worldmeterinfo.com.
Now before you get that, get 2 Ezra 16 and 1.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 16, verse 1.
Watch this.
Woe be unto thee, Babylon, in Asia.
And what?
In Asia.
So Babylon, yes, talk about what? Babylon the Great, America. Asia, we're going to go over the whole list of Asian countries now. Go ahead.
Woe be unto thee, Egypt and Syria.
Where are these countries in? In the east. Egypt and Syria. You understand? Cyrene is Libya. Get it? That's the answer. Cyrene is Libya. So Simon of Cyrene, Jason of Cyrene, Jason of Libya on the continent. You understand? Okay, now go back.
countries in Asia. There are 48 countries in Asia
Zoom
today.
that in. Zoom that in a bit. For the people online. Yeah, that's it. Go up. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay. Read that.
There are 48 countries in Asia today, according to the United Nations.
Read.
The full list is shown in the table below, with current population and sub-region based on the United Nations official statistics.
Okay, come on.
Not included in this total of countries and listed separately are dependencies or dependent territories, dependent areas, or areas of special
sovereignty,
autonomous territories.
Autonomous territories. Okay, go up. Yes, let's start there. Remember, this is from the east. Okay, read that.
Country: India.
Okay, go down.
China, Indonesia, Pakistan.
You see? Go ahead.
Bangladesh.
Come on.
Japan, Philippines, Vietnam, Iran.
What now?
Iran.
The Armenians. Go ahead.
Turkey, Thailand, Myanmar, South Korea, Iraq.
You see?
Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia.
You see, these are all, not all, but most of these are part of the UAE, United Arab Emirates. Go ahead.
Uzbekistan, Yemen,
Uzbekistan,
Yemen, Malaysia, Nepal, North Korea, Syria.
Go ahead.
Kazakhstan, Cambodia, Jordan,
Azerbaijan. Go up.
Tajikistan, United Arab Emirates, Israel, Laos.
That's Amalek. Go ahead. Kyrgyzstan.
Turkmenistan, Singapore, State of Palestine, Lebanon,
Libanus. You see that? Go ahead.
Oman, Kuwait, Georgia, Mongolia, Armenia.
You know what Armenia is? Hold that. Stay right there. Give me the book of Isaiah real quick. No. I'm in Ezekiel. Am I in Ezekiel? I think what I want is Jeremiah's actually. Yeah, Jeremiah's 50. Jeremiah's 51. Read verse 27 real quick. This is when the Lord is gonna move the spirits of the Medes to go to war with Babylon the Great, which is where it's coming to. America's been wanting to go to war with Iran for years. Now there's an opportunity that has presented itself. Okay, read that.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 27.
Listen good.
Set ye up a standard in the land. Blow the trumpet among the nations. Prepare the nations against her.
He says, prepare the nations against her. So the her is America, Babylon the Great. Go ahead.
Call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat.
What's this? Is Turkey. Ararat. Go ahead.
Mini.
Stop. Read that thing again. Armenia. That's Mini. That's Armenia. Go ahead.
The Bible says.
Yeah, the Bible.
Set ye up a standard in the land. Blow the trumpet among the nations.
Read.
Prepare the nations against her. Call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat.
Read.
Mini. And
Ashkenaz. This is Germany. Temen. You understand? Go ahead.
And Ashkenaz. Appoint a captain against her.
You remember what the Germany, because Germany falls under what? Europe. Remember what they said about when Donald Trump is there's the potential of being the president again? They were very worried about that. That's Ashkenaz, that's them. They are concerned. Read.
Cause the horses to come up as the rough caterpillars. Prepare against the nations with the kings of the Medes.
With the what?
With the kings of the Medes.
The kings of the Medes, that's Iran and what? And Arab countries. Read.
The captains thereof, and all the rulers thereof, and all the land of his dominion.
You see that meaning what? When it says the land of the Medes dominion, it's talking about the Arab countries that the Medes have influence over. You understand?
Yes,
the countries that Iran had influence over, which is why they killed that top military general, because of the level of influence he had in the Arab world. He was able to dictate and control all these Arab nations and prepare them for war. They didn't like that. That's why what? There was a drone strike against the man by Donald Trump. You understand? So now, keep reading on the list.
Qatar,
Bahrain, go ahead.
Timor-Leste,
Cyprus,
Bhutan, Maldives,
go up.
Brunei,
go up. This is Southeastern Asia. Go up some more. I think there's 2 more left.
Taiwan,
Yeah.
Hong Kong, Macau.
Go up. I think, is there another list there? Go up. I saw something there. Okay, that's it on that. So now, let's go back. 2 Ezra chapter 15 now. 2 Ezra 15, read verse 28. One more again.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 28.
Read. So now read 2 Ezra 16, verse 1. So we understand when it says Babylon and Asia. You see what Asia is making reference to? Look how many countries are under Asia, man. Plenty. Okay, come on.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 16, verse 1.
Read.
Woe be unto thee, Babylon, and Asia. Woe be unto thee, Egypt and Syria.
Read.
Give up yourselves.
Get up yourselves.
Get up yourselves with clothes of sack and hair. Bewail your children. And be sorry, for your destruction is at hand.
The Lord is saying, you see these nations, America, Asian countries, Egypt and Syria, they're going to get destroyed. That's what the Lord is saying. He says, because your destruction is at hand. That's why you see all these nations going to war with one another. Is the preparation of World War III. You understand that? The final war that everybody's been talking about for years. It hasn't happened. But guess what? Baby steps to that. You understand that, man? Go back to 2 Ezra 15. Read verse 21. No, verse 29.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 29.
Come on.
Where the nations of the dragons of Arabia.
Stop right there. Where the what now?
Where the nations of the dragons of Arabia.
When it says the nations of the dragons of Arabia, he's talking about what? Arab nations. The nations of the dragons of Arabia is talking about Arab nations with their war machines. Go ahead.
Shall come out with many chariots.
With what?
With many chariots.
These are war machines. Fighter jets, helicopters for war. You understand? Read.
And the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble.
Because why? That's why America doesn't want the Arab nations to unite. They're always making sure to separate them and say, listen, we will protect you if anything goes wrong. All we just want access to the oil and we good. And when it comes to OPEC, when we're trading for oil, put us on top. We will look after you. You understand? Read.
Also the Carmanians.
Also the what?
The Carmanians.
Okay, I'll send you a link. I think it's on Bible Hub or Bible Gateway, somewhere there. Yeah, put it up. Yeah, zoom in. So the people can see it online. Zoom in some more. Yes. Okay, let's go. Encyclopedia of the Bible. Read it.
reading from BibleGateway.com. Cammonians. Cammonians, 2nd Ezra 15 verse 30.
That's where we are right now. Go ahead.
Makes reference to the Cammonians or Cammanians.
Cammanians. Go ahead.
These were a people from Cammania.
Come on.
A fertile province of ancient Persia, situated on the end shore of the
on the north
shore of the Persian Gulf, modern Kaman.
You see, these are Persians. The Cammanians are Persians. That's Iran, the Medes. You see those nations right there? That's them. Okay, go ahead.
It is a mountainous region separated by a desert from the
Persis, southwest part of Iran.
Southwest part of Iran or Persia.
In the west. Go ahead.
In addition to the Kemen province, there was also a Kemen city, both named after the Kemani or Gemani tribe. In a list of pairs, tribes Herodotus
mentions the Gemani,
i.e.
the Cammanians.
That is the Cammanians. Cammania with the Sagacians, the Usians, also Yautia or Uti, the other tribes.
And other tribes. Let me read it. And other tribes formed a satrapy and paid tribute to who? Darius. You see who these are? These are Persians. You understand? The Cammanians, these are Persians. So we are not wrong. You understand? The Cammanians, these are Persians. These are Medes, Iran. You understand that? Okay. Now go back to the scriptures. 2nd Ezra chapter 15. Read verse 30 again.
Second book of Ezra chapter 15 verse 30.
Read.
Also the Cammanians raging in wrath.
Stop right there. It says also the Cammanians. The verse above it is letting you know the Arab nations are going to come together. Because right now they are divided. You understand? And who's the culprit in the midst of this division? The white man, i.e. America. America is making sure that these Arab nations don't come together, because if they do, they will, guess what? Remember, they don't make threats. No. The people that can put bombs on themselves and blow themselves up, they don't make threats, those type of people, man. You understand? Read. And also the what?
Also the Cammanians, raging in wrath, shall go forth as the wild bows of the wood. And with great power shall they come and join battle with them.
Stop. Who are they going to join battle with? Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. Meaning the Arab nations are going to come together. Read.
And shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians.
Stop right there. Now, give me, why are the Cammanians raging in wrath? Why would the Cammanians be so mad and angry? Put up that first video. Let's understand the problem of Iran and Saudi Arabia. You understand? Put that video up, man. Put it up. The one of the Vox. Come on. That's the one I'm looking for, man. Put that thing up. So, brothers and sisters, you must watch the news. You understand? Watch the news. Don't be watching the Disky Divas. To hell with that. You understand? Put the disclaimer. I don't see the disclaimer on this. Okay, here we go.
February 3rd, the United States.
Listen good. Put my picture out the way, man. I want to see this thing properly. Come on now. Yeah, that's it, right? No, that's not it. Yo, this announcement is making things problematic, man. Why are you getting distracted, man? Okay, here we go. Play the video, man.
On January 3rd, the United States...
It's too loud. It's too loud. Take it down a bit. Okay, let's go. Pay close attention.
On January 3rd, the United States launched a drone strike near the Baghdad International Airport in Iraq. It killed several Iraqi and Iranian military officials, including Iran's top commander, named Qasem Soleimani. Moments later, Iran's supreme leader declared Soleimani a martyr and threatened severe revenge against the U.S. Over the next few days, hundreds of thousands of Iranians came out to mourn Soleimani's death. But Iran wasn't the only place where people took to the streets. There were demonstrations in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. These are some of the countries where Soleimani commanded a network of powerful militias, which gave him and Iran extraordinary influence across the region. This network made him one of the most important people in Iran. It's also what got him killed. So how did Soleimani expand Iran's influence? And what happens to these militias after his death? It all began with Iran's Islamic Revolution. In 1979, a cleric named Ayatollah Khomeini led a popular movement that toppled Iran's monarch and established the Islamic Republic of Iran.
This new regime wanted to export their revolution, and that threatened countries all over the Middle East. Iran was also the first Shia government that billed itself as the preeminent leader of the Muslim world. That especially threatened Iran's Sunni-dominated neighbors. The first one to act was Iraq. In 1980, dictator Saddam Hussein sent his army to invade Iran.
Other countries that felt threatened by Iran supported him. The US sent some weapons to Iran, but mainly supported Iraq throughout the war, hoping to keep Iran's ambitions in check. The war carried on for 8 years and nearly 1 million died. During that time, Iran was devastated and surrounded by enemies. So it devised a strategy to spread its ideology and fight its enemies covertly at the same time. But it first needed a security force to find groups to partner with outside of Iran's borders. So in the 80s, it put together an elite unit of soldiers and spies called the Quds Force. They became part of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a branch of the military that answered directly to Iran's supreme leader. Next, it needed an opportunity to unleash this force, and it found one in Lebanon. In the 1970s, a civil war was raging in Lebanon. The US had sent troops as peacekeepers, but violence was spilling over into Israel.
Pause.
So
Pause it. You see who's getting in the midst of this? The US. Remember the beginning, the US came and sent weapons over there. So that why? So that they can help Iraq to fight against their own brothers next door. Remember, it's just their neighbor. You understand? That didn't work. You see what they're doing now? They're getting involved now on this wise again. Okay, go ahead. In Lebanon. Play on.
In 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon. Several Lebanese militias fought back. Some of these militias were led by Shia clerics who had ideological ties to Iran. So Iran sent forces, millions of dollars, and tons of weapons to back their fight. They eventually merged into one powerful Shia militia called Hezbollah. They attacked Israeli soldiers in Lebanon and launched rockets over the border into Israel. Hezbollah even bombed the US embassy and barracks, killing 304 people. Eventually, Hezbollah succeeded. The US troops left Lebanon in 1984, and Israel pulled out in 2000. Iran's dual strategy had worked. It turned Hezbollah into a reliable proxy that could fight Israel and even the US on its behalf, without inciting conflict on its own borders.
You see, like, this guy was powerful, man. Qasem Soleimani. He was powerful because the US realized this guy, he's so powerful that he's able to unite these Arab nations to come together. That's why they took him out. Okay, go ahead.
Iran had also found an effective way to export its ideology to Lebanon. So Iran's Quds Force started supporting proxy militias in Palestine and Iraq. As it built the foundation for a network, a charismatic soldier worked his way up the ranks. In 1998, Qasem Soleimani took command of the Quds Force, and within a few years, he had an opportunity to firmly establish Iran's influence in Iraq. In 2003, the US invaded and toppled Saddam Hussein and his Sunni-dominated regime. This created a power vacuum in Iraq, which was quickly filled by Shias. Soleimani used this opportunity to continue to back Shia militias here, growing his network into a powerful force that fought against the US and other Iraqis. It turned into one of the most violent periods in Iraq's troubled history. Thousands of civilians died, many at the hands of Soleimani's Iraqi militias. But eventually, a Shia-dominated government took control of Iraq. Soleimani had managed to solidify Iran's influence in Iraq when another opportunity arose, this time in Syria. In 2011, protests in Syria turned into a civil war, which threatened to overthrow dictator Bashar al-Assad. Soleimani orchestrated his network of proxies to work together to defend Assad. He called in Hezbollah fighters from Lebanon, Shia militias from Iraq, and even soldiers from Iran. He also created 2 new militias with Afghan and Pakistani fighters. All these groups fought alongside the Syrian army to keep Assad in power. This intensified a war that eventually killed more than 500,000 people, mostly civilians, and displaced more than 11 million. But Assad survived. Soleimani was successfully exploiting conflicts to advance Iran's interests across the region, and it was making him a very popular figure in Iran. He became arguably the second most important person in the country. More conflicts gave Iran more opportunities. When ISIS sparked another war in Iraq, Soleimani again called on his network to defend Iraq and keep ISIS away from Iran. By now, he had unprecedented influence and continued to command Shia militias in Iraq directly, even after they were officially folded into Iraq's military. When a civil war erupted in Yemen, Iran threw its support behind a rebel group. Now, instead of being surrounded by enemies, Iran had them surrounded. Soleimani empowered a vast array of militias across the Middle East. Many of them are excessively violent and have killed thousands. Many are designated terrorist organizations by the US and EU. And many are corrupt. Lebanese Hezbollah and the Iraqi Shia militias, for instance, are the targets of mass protests in those countries, and they're putting down the protests with more violence. But to Iran and its supporters, Soleimani's a hero. He helped build a web of militias that not only keeps Iran's enemies in check, but also provides a pipeline for the Islamic ideology that Iran wanted to see in the far corners of the Middle East. It's why Iran's supreme leader immediately called Soleimani a martyr, and also declared that his efforts and path won't be stopped after his killing. So even though its commander is gone, the network remains intact.
Yeah, that's it on that. You see, listen, man. America, that's why they were threatened by this guy, man. Now, read the Bible. I'm going to show you something. 2 Ezra 15. Read verse 30 again.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 30. Also the Carmanians raging in wrath.
So why did the Iranians rage in wrath? Because they killed their top military general, Qasem Soleimani. So now this was like, listen, we're going to revenge on this wise. You understand? Go ahead, watch this.
And shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood. And with great power shall they come.
Watch this.
And join battle with them.
They're going to join battle with their what? With the Arabs. Read.
And shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians.
We're going to deal with that later on. Just cue that video when Hamas made a surprise attack to Israel. But before that, I'm going to show you the video of Moshe Fakhrizadeh, the top nuclear scientist of Iran. You understand? Keep reading. Watch this.
And then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature.
That part right there. You see, this right here, this is the reason why America is afraid. America is afraid of the Arab nations to come together. You know what their nature that they'll remember? Go back to, give me the book of Genesis. I'm going to show you that. You see, the America does not want the Arab nations to remember their nature. You understand? The way that the Most High God of heaven and earth has made them. Let's get that. Genesis 16. Read verse 8. Watch this.
The book of Genesis, chapter 16, verse 8.
Come on.
And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence comest thou? And whither wilt thou go?
Read.
And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai.
Go ahead.
And the angel of the Lord said unto her, return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands.
Read.
And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude.
You see, that's why the Arab nations, there are so many. Because of the blessing of the Most High. Keep reading. Watch this.
And the angel of the Lord said unto her,
Read.
Behold, thou art with child.
You are pregnant. Come on.
And shall bear a son. And shall call his name Ishmael.
That's it right there. You shall call his name Ishmael. So, Iran, the Arabs and all, that's the descendants. You understand that? These are families. Okay, read.
Because the Lord has heard that thy affliction, and he will be a wild man.
Stop right there. That's his nature. You see when it says remembering their nature, it says Ishmael will remember his nature. That's what America is doing, is working very hard to keep them divided. So when Soleimani was bringing them together, they're like, this guy's causing problems, man. Remember, he was able to get Iraq behind him. He was able to get Lebanon and Syria behind him. Not only that, when there was a break, when there was a war in Yemen, he was over there. Gathering them together. Remember, when they are Shia Muslims, the Saudi Arabia, they are Sunni Muslims. But guess what? These are families, man. Okay? Read.
And he will be a wild man.
He's going to be a wild man. So wild, they will put bombs upon themselves and blow each other to kingdom. Go ahead.
His hand will be against every man.
You see, they don't threaten. No. Read.
And every man's hand against him.
Watch this.
And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren.
That's it. He will dwell in the presence of all his brethren. That's why in that Arab world, they are all together. You understand that? They are all together. And guess what? America don't want that thing. They don't want the Arab world to come together, man. You understand? Now, cue the video. Moshe Fagrizadeh. No. Before that, I want those 2 videos that I sent of Qasem Soleimani's daughter promising the wrath that will come for his father being assassinated. Play that video. There's 2 videos. We got it? Okay. Put it up. Come on, brothers. There's 2, man. It was easy. I put it up. I just named them when I send them. Okay. Share it with the people online.
الله أكبر اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وبارك على محمد وآل محمد وترحم على محمد وآل محمد الله أكبر وابن إمائك نزلوا بك وأنت خير منزول به اللهم إنهم محتاجون إلى رحمتك وأنت غني عن تعذيب عبادك اللهم إن كانوا محسنين فزد في إحسانهم.
You see, this is them mourning the top military general. You understand? They're coming in numbers, man.
اللهم إنا لا نعلم منهم إلا خيرا.
Okay, fast forward a bit.
على محمد في سبيل
رهبر عزیزتر از جانمان ولی امر مسلمین جهان با مالک اشتر خیش با این شعار
در
Yeah,
نبردهای
go back. Yes. I went where the daughter is speaking now.
خانواده‌های سربازان آمریکایی در غرب آسیا که شاهد ذلت آمریکا در نبردهای سوریه، عراق و لبنان و افغانستان و یمن و فلسطین
Pause. You see, she's calling all the Arab nations, man. Do you see what she's doing? Go back a little bit, man. Go back a little bit. Yes. The family, yeah, go back. Go back a little bit. Yes, okay. Yeah, that's it. The families of American soldiers in West Asia who have witnessed America's cruel wars in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Afghanistan, Yemen, and Palestine. Go ahead. Will be spending their days waiting for the what? For the use of the death of their children. Yo! You see what she's saying, man? Yo! She's not playing. That's why it says remembering their nature. Okay? I say that the leader and Mara Soleimani, go ahead, who spent his life in support for the Palestinian resistance, as he headed the Quds force in the Iranian Revolution Guards. I can say with what has happened to him, he is a Mara of Jerusalem, the Mara of Jerusalem, the Mara of Jerusalem. Okay. I mean, what the hell? Okay, that's it on that. Let's get to the next video. He's the Mara of the Arab world, not Jerusalem. The hell is this? Jerusalem. The Mara of Jerusalem is the Messiah. You understand? The black Messiah, Jesus the Christ. Hold on. Share it with the people online. Come on, I have a lot to cover, man.
آمریکا و صهیونیسم بدانند شهادت پدرم موجب بیداری بیشتر فطرت انسانها در جبهه مقاومت شده و روزگار آنها را تیره و تار و خانه‌های عنکبوتی آنها را فرو خواهد ریخت.
Crazy Trump, arrogant and plaything of the Zionists don't think that everything is over with my father's martyrdom. My father had a father who stood by his side, and we too, like his father, will stand by him. Yo, you see the type of daughter he raised? She was just as revolutionary as he was. You understand? Now the video of Moshe, remember, says the Carmenians raging in wrath. This is them raging in wrath. They are enraging them. You understand that? Come on, play that video now. Because she said it, he says the dark days, they're going to see dark days. He said what? They're going to see, they're going to pay it with their children's lives. I'm paraphrasing it, but my God. Is that it? Yes, okay, play it.
In January this year, Iran's formidable Major General Qasem Soleimani was assassinated in a targeted US drone strike in Baghdad. In November, Iran's topmost nuclear scientist, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, has been assassinated. This time, the killing has taken place on Iranian soil. Fakhrizadeh was killed in an ambush near the capital.
Take it down a little bit, pause it. You cannot make this up, man. That's why the Carmenians are raging in wrath. They took out this attack in Iranian soil. Go back a little bit, man. I think it's too loud also. Play it.
In January this year, Iran's formidable Major General Qasem Soleimani was assassinated in a targeted US drone strike in Baghdad. In November, Iran's topmost nuclear scientist, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, has been assassinated. This time, the killing has taken place on Iranian soil. Fakhrizadeh was killed in an ambush near the capital, Tehran. No one has claimed responsibility. The US government and Israel have both denied to make any comment, but Iran is preparing for a retaliation nonetheless.
Oh, praises.
It has vowed revenge.
It's of the Lord.
Our next report.
You understand? It's of the Lord. Bellum Mundos.
Iran is in a state of grief. Iranians are mourning the death of their top nuclear scientist.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, a member of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Fakhrizadeh was a leading figure in Iran's nuclear program. He was instrumental in drawing up plans for Iran's first uranium enrichment plant. But he balanced his high status with a low public profile. For many Iranians mourning his death, Fakhrizadeh was just a university professor. He has now been declared a martyr. A state funeral was held in Tehran, and it was attended by Iranians from all walks of life.
Fast forward. Hey.
Shot 3 times by a remote-controlled machine gun. The gunfire lasted for 3 minutes, after which a Nissan laden with explosives was set off in close proximity. The killing in broad daylight on Iranian soil has sent shockwaves across the country. The Iranian state media says weapons used in the killing were made in Israel, and the Iranian leadership has also blamed Israel for the assassination.
Pause. So Amalek is responsible for this. That's what they're saying. They were made in Israel. The Israelis, they are the ones that made, not the real Jews, the fake ones. Okay? Go ahead.
Iran's President Hassan Rouhani has vowed revenge.
Iran's enemies should know that the people of Iran and officials are braver than to leave this criminal act unanswered. In due time, they will answer for this crime.
There is also anger on the streets. Hundreds of young Iranian students are protesting across the country. They are burning American and Israeli flags. They are calling upon their leaders to retaliate at the earliest.
The government, the parliament, and the Supreme National Security Council must suspend the additional protocol, and all IAEA inspectors who are in fact Zionist inspectors and must be expelled.
There has been no word on the killing from Israel, but a 2018 presentation by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has resurfaced. And it is adding fuel to the allegations that Fakhrizadeh had been on Israel's target list for a long time.
This is how Dr. Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, head of Project Ahmad, put it. Remember that name, Fakhrizadeh. So here's his directive. It's right here. And he says, the general aim is to announce the closure of Project Ahmad, but then he adds, special activities, you know what that is, special activities will be carried out under the title of scientific know-how developments.
Meanwhile, in the US, the White House, the Pentagon, the US State Department, and the CIA have all declined to comment on the killing. So has US President-elect Joe Biden's transition team. The killing could escalate tensions between Iran and the United States in the final weeks of Donald Trump's presidency.
I think Iran is in a situation whereby assumes any reaction or response to this assassination inevitable, because if it doesn't respond, it will make the other side to advance further, and that will encourage them to do further assassinations or actions against Iran.
First, Qasem Soleimani, now Mohsen Fakhrizadeh. Iran has lost 2 of its topmost officials in targeted attacks. The implications could be severe.
Okay, that's it on that. Now, there's a video that said Iran or Turkey raises the red flag. Find me that. After Soleimani was assassinated, they declared a red flag. They raised a red flag. Declaration of war. You understand? You see, the Bible is a true book. Don't be sleeping up in here, man. You understand? Now, yeah, play it. Did you find it? Okay, so in the meantime, play that one. Play the one where Hamas. Yeah. Put it
Who
up.
was responsible? Who was responsible for the unthinkable security and intel lapse? How could Hamas, operating out of one of the world's most impoverished regions, manage to carry out such an attack? And how was Israel caught off guard? Is this a failure of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu? The answer is yes. The Prime Minister was so busy saving himself that he forgot to save his country. But it does not stop there. The list of failures continues. What about the Iron Dome? What about the Israeli intelligence? Did they all fail? At about 6:30 a.m. yesterday local time, more than 5,000 rockets were fired at Israel. Many of these rockets struck the country. So what was the Iron Dome doing? It is supposed to be a military marvel, isn't it? The best-in-class air defense system. So what happened? For several years, Hamas has been trying to find a weakness in the Iron Dome system. This time, it managed to do so. And they didn't have to do much. Hamas simply overwhelmed the Iron Dome. Next question, did the Israeli intelligence not see this coming? Was Mossad caught napping? Israel boasts of the most well-funded intelligence services in West Asia. Mossad claims that it is always a step ahead. So what happened this time? How did it not know what was happening next door? Just look at where Gaza is located. It is practically surrounded by Israel. It gets its electricity from Israel. Its telecom lines run through Israel. Every person, every information going into Gaza needs to go through Israel. Yet somehow, the intelligence services missed Hamas's preparation for a full-fledged attack. They attacked from air, ground, even sea. Hamas used motor gliders, had paragliders. They flew into Israel. Did Israel's intel not even get a whiff of the preparation? It's actually very hard to believe that yesterday Hamas managed to breach the border pretty easily, it seems. The one between Israel and Gaza is one of the world's most heavily guarded borders. There are troops, there are cameras, ground motion sensors, watchtowers, barbed wires. But Hamas made their way through these formidable defenses. Fighters on motorbikes and bulldozers shattered the seemingly impenetrable barriers. To prepare and execute such a complex attack right under the noses of the Israelis. It must request a whole lot of ignorance on part of Israeli intel. There are people responsible. You will need to answer tough questions, starting with Benjamin Netanyahu, because the result of this security lapse is out here for the world to see. This is Israel's biggest military setback in 50 years. Israelis have suffered the highest casualty in 36 years. And the worst may be yet to come. Again, something that Netanyahu himself is saying. It is going to be a long and difficult war, he says. Well, only if he had been more alert. Only if he had learned his lesson from history. Netanyahu had seen the chaos of the Yom Kippur War. Back then, he was a student at MIT in Boston, fresh from 5 years of service as an officer in an elite special forces unit. When the war broke out, he rushed to JFK Airport, boarding one of the first planes back to Israel to join the fighting. After the war ended, he returned to his civilian life. This time will be different. Once the war ends, he will have to answer to the public. Tell them why their Prime Minister, Mr. Security, let Israel become so vulnerable. Beyond World is One is now.
Okay, that's it on that. Go back to 2 Ezra 15, verse 31.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 31. And then shall the dragons have the upper hand.
And then shall have the dragons have the upper hand. Go ahead. No, go back to 30 again. We're going to spend some time there.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 30.
Read.
Also the Canaanites, raging in wrath.
You see how they responded? Because of the wrath they had. They orchestrated a surprise attack and Amalek didn't see it coming. Read.
Shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood.
As the what now?
As the wild boars of the wood.
I get a wild boar travels inside the wood. So that's why they were unable to see them, because it was a surprise attack. They were expecting them to come because they were hoping that the Iron Dome was going to protect them. He said they used pyrogliders to fly into Israel. You understand? Go ahead.
And with great power shall they come.
And with great power shall they come.
And join battle with them.
And join battle with them. Meaning what? Saudi Arabia, the Arab nations will come together to go to war. To fight against what? Amalek. Because Amalek is protected by America. Read.
And shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians.
That's what we just saw. You see, when Hamas attacked Amalek, this is what we're reading here. When it says the Assyrians here, it's not talking about the ancient Assyrian Empire. No, it's talking about who? Amalek. This is them here. Hold that. Give me the book of Micah real quick. Yep. Give me the book of Micah. Micah 5. Yeah, read verse 5.
The book of Micah, chapter 5, verse 5.
Come on.
And this man shall be the peace when the Assyrian shall come into our land.
When the Assyrians shall come into our land. Who the Assyrians here? Is talking about Amalek. Read.
And when he shall tread in our palaces, then shall we rise against him 7 shepherds and 8 principal men.
Because the Amalek is in our land today. When were they put in that land? 1948. 1948, the Israeli white people calling themselves Jewish, they were put in that land by the British government under the Balfour Declaration mandate of 1917. You understand? Read.
And they shall waste the land of Assyria with the sword, and the land of Nimrod in the entrances thereof.
The land of Nimrod, that's Iraq. Okay, go ahead.
Thus shall he deliver us from the Assyrian, when he cometh into our land.
Read.
And when he treadeth within our borders.
Because this is Amalek coming into our land. They were put in that land in 1948. So when they are called Assyrians, because talk about us, the Assyrians coming into our land. But these Assyrians is not talking about the ancient Assyrian Empire. It's talking about Amalek in these last days. When these last days, 1948, when they came into the land. That's why it says they will tread when they treaded within our borders. You understand? Okay. Now give me the book of Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 14 verse 29. Read verse 25 actually. Start verse 24. Isaiah 14:24. Read that.
The book of Isaiah chapter 14 verse 24.
Come on.
The Lord of hosts has sown, saying, surely I have thought.
So as I have thought.
Surely as I have thought, so shall it come to pass. And as I have purposed, so shall it stand.
Read.
That I will break the Assyrian in my land.
Stop right there. This is Amalek in our land today. Go ahead.
And upon my mountains tread him underfoot.
Read.
Then shall his yoke depart from off them, and his burden depart from off their shoulders.
His burden depart from off their shoulders. Because why? He's talking about Amalek dealing with the Palestinians across the border. You understand? So the Lord is saying the Assyrians will be, or what? The portion of the land of Assyria is going to be destroyed. By who? By the Palestinians. Working together with the Canaanites, which is Iran. You understand? Read that again. Verse 25.
The book of Isaiah chapter 14 verse 25.
Read.
That I will break the Assyrian in my land, and upon my mountains tread him underfoot. Then shall his yoke depart from off them.
That part right there. Then shall his yoke depart from off them. Who's the them? The Palestinians. Meaning the yoke of Amalek will depart from the Palestinians for a moment. Read.
and his burden depart from off their shoulders.
Because remember what we were reading when we were listening to the news. They were saying even the electricity, they get the electricity from Amalek. They get even their telecommunications from Amalek. So every communication that the Palestinians have, it must go through Amalek. Okay, go ahead.
This is the purpose that is purposed upon the whole earth.
Read.
And this is the hand that is stretched out upon all the nations.
Come on.
For the Lord of hosts has purposed, and who shall disannul it?
Nobody. Go ahead.
And his hand is stretched out, and who shall turn it back?
Nobody. Come on.
In the year that King Ahaz died was this burden.
Read.
Rejoice not thou, whole Palestine.
Stop right there. It says, rejoice not thou, whole Palestine. Remember, they were celebrating that they were able to what? To ambush Amalek. They were happy about that thing. They were rejoicing. They say, finally, we got them, because it was a surprise attack. The Lord is telling the Palestinians, says, rejoice not thou, whole Palestine. Don't get too excited. Read.
Rejoice not thou, whole Palestine.
Read.
Because the rod of him that smote thee is broken.
He says, because the rod of him that smote thee is broken. Because why? They attacked them via Hamas. Read.
For out of the serpent's root.
Stop right there. Because out of the serpent's root. Go ahead.
For out of the serpent's root shall come forth a cockatrice.
A cockatrice.
A cockatrice.
Read.
And his fruit shall be a fiery flying serpent.
Stop right there. So who's going to defend them? America. The serpent. The great said, they call him Great Shaitan. Because America is called Great Shaitan, and then Amalek is called Little Shaitan. That's how they call them, the Palestinians. There's a Great Shaitan and Little Shaitan. Great Satan and Little Satan. Read again.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 29.
Read.
Rejoice not thou, whole Palestine.
Come on.
Because the rod of him that smote thee is broken. For out of the serpent's root shall come forth a cockatrice.
A missile. That cockatrice is a missile. A fiery flying serpent. That's a missile. Read.
And his fruit shall be a fiery flying serpent.
That's a missile. Meaning America is going to defend Israel. That's what is going to defend Amalek. We need to get used to saying that. America is going to defend Amalek or the Israelis. Read.
And the firstborn of the poor shall feed, and the needy shall lie down in safety. And I will kill thy root with famine.
Read.
And ye shall slay thy remnant.
You see that? He says, he shall slay thy remnant. Go ahead, watch this.
Howl, O gate. Cry, O city.
Go ahead.
Thou whole Palestine.
Because guess what? The Lord remember, the Lord has no business to spare the Palestinians either. Because these nations, remember, the kings of the earth that's going to come and reverence the Lord. Guess what? Give me Psalms 83. I'm going to show you the kings of the earth that must come and reverence the Lord. So that they go to war they'll go to war against each other. Read that. Psalms 83. You know what I want, right?
Yes, sir.
The tabernacles of Edom.
Yes, sir.
Start right there.
The book of Psalms, chapter 83, verse 6.
Read.
The tabernacles of Edom.
That's one of the kings of the earth that must come and reverence the Most High God of heaven and earth. Read.
And the Ishmaelites.
And you see? That's why it says, rejoice not thou, O whole Palestine. You understand? Read.
Of Moab.
Moab, that's the Chinese. Remember it says, from the rising of the sun. Go ahead.
And the Hagarenes.
And the Hagarenes. These are Hamites. Read. Which America is helping. Where? Paul Kagame. You see that? Read.
Gebal.
That's Hamites again.
And Ammon.
That's Japan.
And Amalek.
You see that? They are Syrians. Read.
The Philistines.
That's the Palestinians.
With the inhabitants of Tyre.
Go ahead.
Ashur also is.
Ashur. This is the Assyrians. Go ahead.
Ashur also is joined with them. They have holpen the children of Lot. Selah.
That's it. So now, what I wanted to show you is that these are the kings that the Lord is going to bring to reverence him. Where? At the valley of Jehoshaphat. The valley of decision. The Lord is going to make a decision about these nations that have been oppressing us all these years. They're going to get destroyed. So the Lord is railing them together to go to war against one another. While they are in the midst of a war, the sky is going to be cracked. Guess who's going to show up? You understand? The Black Messiah, man. Listen, man. Brothers, don't be sleeping up in here, man. Listen, man. Go back. Where were we at? Isaiah. Go back to Isaiah, man. Isaiah 14. Read verse 30 again. No, verse 31.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 31.
Read.
Howl, O gate. Cry, O city. Thou whole Palestina.
Thou whole Palestina, because the Lord going to destroy them. Guess what is the Lord? The Lord is going to use the serpent to send a missile in where? To go and defend Amalek. And when they do, remember Iran is in the midst of it now. Iran is in the midst of this. What did Russia say? He says, if America goes against Iran, we're going to get involved. You understand? Read.
Howl, O gate. Cry, O city. Thou whole Palestina.
Go ahead.
Are dissolved.
Are the what now?
Are dissolved.
Read.
For they shall come. For they shall come from the north.
From the what?
From the north.
North America. They shall come from the north.
A smoke. And none shall be alone in his appointed time.
That's what the Lord is letting you know. So the serpent that is going to send a fiery flying serpent, America will send a missile to defend the least of the flock. The least of the flock, Amalek. Okay, go back to 2 verse 15. Read verse 30 one more again.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 16, verse 15, verse 30.
Come on.
Also the Canaanians, raging in wrath, shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood.
Meaning what? Their military warfare and tactics will be unorthodox. Again, they were expecting them to come some other way, conventional warfare. It wasn't conventional. That's why they were able to hit them with a surprise attack, and they didn't see it coming. Read.
And with great power shall they come, and join battle with them, and shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians.
You see, not the whole land, but the portion. Read.
And then shall the dragons have the upper hand.
That's what Isaiah was saying. Because Isaiah and Ezra are basically saying the same thing. He's saying, rejoice not thou, whole Palestina. That's why he says what? And then shall the dragons have the upper hand. Meaning the Arab nations will have the upper hand. But for a moment. Because there's going to be a missile coming from where? America. Read.
Remembering their nature. And if they shall turn themselves, conspiring together in great power to persecute them.
To persecute them. Who? To persecute who? Amalek. Go ahead.
Then these shall be troubled and keep silence through their power and shall flee.
Read.
And from the land of the Assyrians shall the enemy besiege them.
You see what he's saying? And from the land of the Assyrians shall the enemy besiege them. Who's going to be the enemy on this wise? America. Read.
And consume some of them. In their host shall be fear and dread and strife among their kings.
Stop right there. Meaning what? In the Arab nations, they're going to start to go to fight among themselves because of the frustrations they will get. Remember, they had the upper hand. And then now all of a sudden, America comes to save the day. So now they're going to be saying, but I thought we had this. What the hell going on? Because the Most High is the one that is mastering the host of the battle. They are not in control here. The Lord is. He's the one that dictates what they must do and how. You understand that? Now watch this. Give me the book. Let me see. Yeah, give me Jeremiah 50, verse 45. Because the missile, the fiery flying serpent that's going to come from the north to cause a smoke, guess what? Who's gonna get America to get involved? Amalek. Amalek is gonna do it. Now read that. Jeremiah 50 verse 45. Listen good.
The book of Jeremiah chapter 50 verse 45.
Come on.
Therefore, hear ye the counsel of the Lord, that he hath taken against Babylon.
He had taken against what?
Against Babylon.
Against Babylon. Read.
And his purposes, that he has purposed against the land of the Chaldeans.
Read.
Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out.
Stop right there. So the least of the flock is Amalek. Amalek is going to draw America into this war. You understand? They are going to draw America into this war. You know why they're going to draw America into this war? Hold that. Give me Jeremiah 50 now. Jeremiah 51, verse 1. I'm going to show you how they're going to draw America into this war. Remember, the Amalek believes that Hamas was supported by what? By Iran. That's what they believe. You watch the news, they believe that the Hamas attack was sponsored by Iran. You understand? Now read that. Watch this.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 1.
Come on.
Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will rise up against Babylon.
I will raise up against Babylon, against America. The Lord says he will raise up against America. Go ahead.
And against them that dwell in the midst of them, that rise up against me, a destroying wind.
This destroying wind is talking about what? A missile. Nuclear war. Go ahead.
I will send unto Babylon furnace that shall fan her.
Read.
And shall empty her land. For in the day of trouble shall they be against her round about.
You see that the Lord says he's gonna raise the what? He's gonna raise up a destroying wind. Who is this destroying wind? Hold that. Give me the book of Isaiah 13. We're coming back. Pay close attention. Who's this destroying wind that the Lord is gonna raise? Give me the book of Isaiah 13, verse 17. Listen good.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 17.
Come on.
Behold, I will stir up the Medes.
Stop. Who's the Medes? Iran. This is Carmania. Read.
I will stir up the Medes against them, which shall not regard silver.
They're not going to want money. Read.
And as for gold, they shall not delight in it.
They don't care. You know why? Because vengeance is in their heart. They're not going to take nothing. You killed our top nuclear scientist. You killed the top military general. We coming for blood. Read. And the Most High God of heaven and earth is raising them up. He's stirring up the hearts of the Medes, the Persians. Read.
Their bows also shall dash the young men to pieces.
What did the woman say? What did the daughter say? The daughter of Solomon. He says, your children will pay for this. Read.
And they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb.
Pregnant women. He says they're not going to have pity. Read.
Their eyes shall not spare children.
That's why you remember what the woman. Play that video, man. Just go fast forward to the point where she was speaking, so that you can really understand what the Bible is, a true book. What we're reading here, that's what the daughter of Qasem Soleimani said. I just want where the woman is speaking. Come on, quickly, man. I just want the part where the woman is speaking. Yes, go back a little bit. Yes, let's start there. Play the video. You're going to pause it where she's mentioning the children. The volume up, come on. Go back and play it. Come on, brothers. I still have a lot to cover, man. Man, the IT team. Read Isaiah 13 again. Verse 18.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 18.
Read.
Their bows also shall dash the young men to pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb.
They will have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Come on.
Their eyes shall not spare children.
Their eyes shall not spare children. Now, come on, play it.
خانواده های سربازان آمریکایی در غرب آسیا که شاهد ذلت آمریکا در نبردهای سوریه، عراق و لبنان و افغانستان و یمن و فلسطین بودند در انتظار مرگ فرزندانشان.
Waiting for the what? It says waiting for the news of the death of their children. That's what she wants. Now let's read the Bible. Read the Bible, what that thing was on the screen.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 18.
Go ahead.
Their bows also shall dash the young men to pieces, and they shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb.
Read.
Their eyes shall not spare children.
Their eyes shall not spare children. You see this? So the Lord is going to raise up, is going to stir up the hearts of the Medes, the kings of the Medes, the Persians. You understand? Iran. Okay? Now, go back to 2nd Ezra. No, Jeremiah. Jeremiah 51, verse 2 again. You can take that off the screen now.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 51, verse 2.
Come on.
I will send unto Babylon furnace that shall fan her, and shall empty her land. For in the day of trouble they shall be against her round about.
Read.
Against him that bendeth, let the archer bend his bow.
You see that this is a missile. Read.
And against him that lifteth himself up in his brigandine, and spare ye not her young men, destroy her utterly all her host. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldees.
That's America. Go ahead.
And they that are thrust through in her streets.
And they that are thrust through in her streets. So the Lord is letting you know. He says, I'm raising up I'm stirring up the spirits of the kings of the Medes to go against the Chaldeans. This is Babylon the Great, America. Now jump up to verse 11. Jeremiah 51 verse 11. Come on.
The book of Jeremiah chapter 51 verse 11.
Read.
Make bright the arrows, gather the shields. The Lord has raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes. For his device is against Babylon.
You see that? Because his device is against Babylon the Great. Read.
To destroy it, because it is the vengeance of the Lord, the vengeance of his temple.
Watch this.
Set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon.
Go ahead.
Make the watch strong.
Come on.
Set up the watchmen. Prepare the ambushes. For the Lord has both devised and done that which he spake against the inhabitants of Babylon.
The Lord is coming for America. And guess what? He's stirring up the hearts of the Medes. And America has been wanting to go to war with Iran. You know, that's not a coincidence. It's of the Lord. You understand? Because America is going to go to war with Iran. Thus saith the Lord. Because the Most High God is the one that's going to do it. And who's going to bring America into this war? Go back to Jeremiah 50 now. Verse 45 again.
The book of Jeremiah chapter 50 verse 45.
Watch this.
Therefore, hear ye the counsel of the Lord.
Come on.
That he has taken against Babylon. And his purposes that he has purposed against the land of the Chaldeans.
Read.
Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out
into war. You know why? Because they believe that Iran is the one that sponsored the Hamas attack. You see that? And lately, do you have the video where they bombed the embassy of Iran? Yeah, we want that. Play that video. Keep reading on that. Surely the least of the what?
Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out.
Come on.
Surely ye shall make their habitation desolate with them.
Watch this.
At the noise of the taking of Babylon, the earth is moved.
It says the earth is going to move out of its place because of the bombs. Read.
And the cry is heard among the nations.
You know how the cry is going to be heard among the nations? Jeremiah 51 verse 9. Listen good. Verse 8. No, verse 7.
The book of Jeremiah chapter 51 verse 7.
Listen good.
Babylon has been a golden cup in the Lord's hand.
Because it's been the richest kingdom on earth. That's America. Read. You remember that woman? You see that woman? The Statue of Liberty with that woman holding a cup in her hand? That's what we're reading here. Go ahead.
That made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine. Therefore, the nations are mad.
The nations are crazy. The Lord is letting you know America is a great witch, the mistress of witchcraft. America is the greatest witch on this earth, man. Read.
Babylon is suddenly fallen, and destroyed.
Babylon is fallen. Babylon the Great is fallen. Is fallen. Isn't? Where do we read it? In the book of Revelation. We're gonna read it now in a second. Go ahead.
Howl for her. Take balm for her pain.
Take balm for her pain. If so be, she may be healed. She will not be. She will not be healed. America, Candyland will not be brought back. If you watch the movie Django, it says Candyland will be here forever. It will not be here forever. Read.
We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed.
Come on.
Forsake her. Let us go everyone into his own country.
Exactly. Come on.
For her judgment reacheth unto heaven, and is lifted up even to the skies.
You see, because America have been to the moon, they have built an international space station. Literally, they are up there in the heavens. Like the ancient kingdom of Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar. Remember, it says the tree was so tall. Remember? It says, guess what? It housed all the nations under it. That's what we're reading here. This is not the Babylon of Nebuchadnezzar. Jeremiah is prophesying about Babylon the Great. You understand? Okay. Did you find the video? Play it.
Emergency workers scaled rubble inside Iran's embassy compound in Syria after a suspected bombing by Israeli warplanes on Monday. Tehran said the strike killed 7 military advisors, including 3 senior commanders. The target, according to Iranian state media, was top Revolutionary Guards commander Mohammad Reza Zahedi. He had been a senior commander in Iran's elite Quds force, the Corps' overseas arm, according to the guards. Iran's ambassador to Syria, Hossein Akbari, said Tehran's response would be harsh. Syria's foreign minister condemned the attack. Its state media cited a military source saying Israel launched the attack from the occupied Golan Heights and that its air defense system shot down some of the missiles. The strike appeared to signal an escalation in Israel's war against Iran's regional proxies. Israel has long targeted Iranian military installations in Syria, as well as the proxies. Monday's attack marked the first time Iran's embassy compound itself had been hit. Since the attack on Israel nearly 6 months ago by Palestinian group Hamas, which is also backed by Iran, Israel has ramped up strikes in Syria against Iran's guards, as well as Hezbollah, the Tehran-backed Lebanese armed group. They both support Syria's government of President Bashar al-Assad. The White House said it was still looking into reports about the strikes, while State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said the goal is still to prevent any possible escalation of conflict.
But of course, we are always concerned.
Okay,
about
pause. That's it. Don't want to listen to America be lying. I don't want to listen to them. Now, you see what's going on here? Now, Amalek is attacking the nations that the top military general created proxies. Remember, they said they went for Hezbollah. You understand? And guess what? He sent his Quds force over there to look after them. So now in Syria also, guess what? Amalek is over there. Because the embassy that they bombed was in Syria. It was the Iranian embassy in Syria that was bombed by Amalek. So you see, this thing is going to escalate for obvious reasons. And who's going to draw America into this war? The least of the flock. Amalek. They are drawing America into this war. So much so that America is sending what? War machines over there to go and protect. Play that video now. Play the video.
Ally at war tonight, the U.S. With its closest Mideast ally at war tonight, the U.S. military is surging resources to Israel's backyard, moving an aircraft carrier and attack ships to the Persian Gulf, deploying advanced missile defense systems to the region, and putting more U.S. troops on standby who could deploy on short notice. The goal, containing the Israel-Gaza conflict before it spirals into a regional war that could suck in the U.S.
If any group or any country is looking to widen this conflict and take advantage of this very unfortunate situation that we see, Our advice is don't.
Defense Department officials tell NBC News these latest moves are intended to deter Iran from threatening Israel or U.S. troops in the region. Iran, a major backer of both Hamas and Lebanon-based Hezbollah, another of Israel's arch enemies.
We are concerned. We expect that there's a likelihood of escalation.
Tonight, there are growing signs the crisis may already be spreading. The U.S. ordering its non-emergency staff in Iraq to leave after recent drone attacks targeted U.S. forces in both Iraq and Syria. And on Thursday, a U.S. warship in the Red Sea shot down cruise missiles and drones launched by Iran-backed Houthi forces in Yemen. The Pentagon says their target may have been Israel.
How high is the risk right now of a regional war?
Well, I think the primary focus is to prevent widening of the war. It's right on the cusp of a disaster. Passions are high.
And Josh is with us now. Josh, President Biden spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu today. What do we know about that call?
Well, the White House says the two leaders agreed that humanitarian aid should continue flowing into Gaza and that they also consulted on freeing those Hamas hostages, including U.S. citizens. Kate?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Okay, that's it on that. So you see what's going on? Read that verse again. Jeremiah 51, verse 45 again. 50, verse 45. You see what they are doing? They are drawing America into this war.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 50, verse 45.
Read.
Therefore, hear ye the counsel of the Lord, that he has taken against Babylon, and his purposes, that he has purposed against the land of the Chaldeans.
Read.
Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out.
You see that thing? That's why it says now they're going to draw America into this war because of this. So much so that now America is sending their battleships into the Persian Gulf. The Persian Gulf. Well, now they are basically going to stay up the hearts of the Medes, the kings of the Medes, to go to war. Go ahead.
Surely ye shall make their habitation desolate with them.
Read.
At the noise of the taking of Babylon, the earth is moved, and the cry is heard among the nations.
Watch this. Give me the book of 2 Ezra. 2 Ezra 15. Read verse 34.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 34.
Watch this.
Behold, clouds from the east and from the north unto the south, and they are very horrible to look upon, full of wrath and storm.
These are war machines now. When it says clouds from the east, from the south, and from the north, they are very horrible to look upon. Go ahead.
They shall smite one upon another.
Because these are nations now going to war with themselves, with each other. You've got America involved in this war. You've got the Arab nations, the Arab world involved in this war. You've got China involved in this war too. Go ahead.
And they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth, even their own star.
These are missiles. Go ahead.
And blood shall be from the sword unto the belly.
There's going to be a lot of killing, a lot of casualties. Who's doing all this? The Most High God of heaven and earth. He's stirring them up. They must go to war for the benefit of the deliverance of the 12 tribes of Israel. Understand that, man. Now read verse 43. Watch this.
Verse 43.
Read.
And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon.
The missiles, they're going to go what now?
And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon.
Remember, who's going to come to the rescue of the least of the flock, which is Amalek, America? Remember what we read in Isaiah 14? Read.
And make her afraid.
And they're going to make Babylon afraid. Because these nations, they're going to say, wait a second, man. Hold that. Give me Obadiah 1. I'm going to show you something. Because he says, these clouds, these missiles, they're going to go steadfastly unto Babylon. Meaning the nations are going to come together and say, listen, we need to take this whore down. You understand? Read that, Obadiah 1 verse 1. Obadiah. Yeah, that's it right there. Amos, Jonah. You find it there.
The book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 1.
Come on.
The vision of Obadiah. Thus says the Lord God concerning Edom.
Concerning who?
Concerning Edom.
Concerning Edom. Come on.
We have heard a rumor from the Lord. And an ambassador is sent among the heathen.
Is sent among the heathen. Meaning one of the heathen nations is going to say, listen, we need to go to war with America. Read.
Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
You see this thing? So the heathens are going to come together and say, nah, to hell with this. We're going to go to war. So one of the heathens that is actually going to go to war to start this war with America, who's that? The Lord says he's going to stir up the hearts of the kings of the Medes. So we know who that heathen is. We know them. We read it in Isaiah 13. Okay, now go back. Read verse 7. Or verse 7. Let me just read that.
Verse 7. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border.
The men of thy confederacy. Remember, who's confederate with Edom? The EU. So now, where's that video where they're complaining about Donald Trump coming into power? This is Germany. Do you have it? Yeah, put it up. I'm going to show you. You see, the people that are supporting America, they're going to turn against this great whore. Yes, we cannot hear it. Is that the one? Okay, let's share it with the people online. Okay, let's go. That's T-Man, right? Is that T-Man? Okay, let's go. Nothing but Caucasian news, nah? NBC.
Oh, I think there's no question about it that he would say American aid is over, and then he would start to say, he's already said this, that, you know, he wants to reassess America's role in NATO. And obviously, if you're in any of the Baltic states or Poland or Romania or in combat like the Ukrainians or Moldova, which we know Putin's had his eye on, you should be very concerned that Donald Trump takes this stuff. When he says it, like, there are a few things he actually means. I think he actually means this. I think that he's decided that NATO is not in the best interest of the United States. Maybe that's because of coaching from someone like Putin. But the bottom line is that he is not going to help Ukraine. If he tries to cut a deal a la, you know, giving up, you know, the Sudetenland in 1938, they're not going to be like the Czechs. The Ukrainians are going to keep fighting. And my guess is, Carol, you'd know better than I would, that a lot of NATO countries are going to say, keep at it. We're here for you, even if the United States isn't. But I hope it never comes to that.
Yeah, and certainly that was very much one of the other strong points that David Cameron was making today, which was the importance of NATO, the importance of keeping the NATO alliance together. And one of the important principles of NATO is that article which says that if there is an attack on one NATO country, that others should come to its aid. Donald Trump made that almost a throwaway remark, saying, well, if the country that was in trouble had not spent enough of its own money on defense, yeah, you know, we, the United States, are not going to do anything to help them. I mean, do you think that was a serious threat, or is it, as some have suggested, just a way of putting pressure on NATO countries to up their spending on defense?
I would take it as a real threat, because I don't know that any NATO country could spend enough money for Trump to believe it's enough. That, you know, that's just not how he sees the world. And so what I would say is this, is that, you know, if it's, again, if it's Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, any of those countries, remember, Carol, you all have lived through this, right? Europeans have lived through then Soviet hegemony over half the continent. There are still very vivid memories of what that period of time was like, and my guess is none of them are going to go back into it willingly.
Let me just ask you a bit more about Donald Trump. Every day it seems there's a new story about his latest court battle. But
okay, that's it on that. So the point is this: the NATO countries are concerned with how Donald Trump is dealing with things, because Donald Trump is saying, listen, America is not going to be spending so much money defending you. You need to have your own money to defend yourself. You understand? So now, because remember, when Donald Trump was the president, the EU said they're going to actually start up their own military. Remember what they said? They said they're going to form their own military, and Donald Trump was not happy about that. He got mad. I don't know if you can still find it. Was it a tweet or what? When Donald Trump was saying, NATO was saying they were going to, because remember, NATO is the military wing of the EU. EU and or NATO. You understand? So that's the military branch. So now they were saying they want their own military, so to speak, meaning they want to expand. They don't want to depend on America. So Donald Trump got offended by that. He said, okay, if that's the case, that's fine. America will not come to your aid then. But they guess that it was his way out. He was no longer the president. Joe Biden took over. But now as he's re-campaigning again, he's making the same remarks. He says, we're not going to help Ukraine. He said it point blank that we're not going to help Ukraine. You understand? So now the EU is concerned. Germany is worried about the statements that he's making. You know what that's going to lead to? Read Obadiah verse 7 while you find that.
The book of Obadiah chapter 1 verse 7.
Read.
All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border.
The men of the confederacy is the EU. Read.
The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee.
Go ahead.
They that eat thy bread.
They that eat thy bread. Meaning what? Because NATO supports America. You understand? So, and America in turn supports NATO. If one of the NATO countries is attacked, America will come to its aid and all the other NATO countries. Read.
They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee.
You see what has happened? Because the NATO is like, listen, we're going to come for you. Read.
There is none understanding in him.
Meaning America is not going to understand how is it that NATO is turning against them. That's why Donald Trump was mad. Read.
Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom?
That's Timon, Germany, Ashkenaz. Read.
And understanding out of the mount of Esau.
Read.
And thy mighty men, O Timon.
That's Germany. Read.
Shall be dismayed.
Because this is talk about NATO. Read.
To the end that everyone of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter.
All praises to the Most High. They're going to be slaughtered. You understand? Give me the book of Revelation 17 verse 5.
The book of Revelation chapter 17 verse 5.
Watch this.
And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
And the what now?
And abominations of the earth.
Remember, because the EU supports America. So now it says, they of the confederacy have laid a wound under thee. So America is, right now NATO and America, they are still one. NATO has not separated themselves from supporting America. They are still supporting it. But the time will come when that support will end. You understand? Read that again. Verse 5.
The book of Revelation chapter 17 verse 5. And upon her forehead was a name written.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, no, let's not go there. I needed to go somewhere else first. Jeremiah 51. Read verse 9. Jeremiah 51, read verse 7.
The book of Jeremiah chapter 51 verse 7.
Come on.
Babylon has been a golden cup in the Lord's hand that made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine.
Read.
Therefore the nations are mad.
The nations are crazy. Now watch this. Revelation 17 verse 1.
The book of Revelation chapter 17 verse 1. And they came, one of the 7 angels, which had 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me,
Go ahead.
Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore.
The great whore. Go ahead.
That sitteth upon many waters.
Because America is in everybody's land. They've got embassies in every nation on earth, almost. Read.
With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication.
Remember, Jeremiah says the nations are mad. Remember? Yes. So it's the same thing that John the Revelator is saying here. Go ahead.
So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness.
Read.
And I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast.
A red-colored beast. Go ahead.
Full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
The 7 heads is the 7 empires of the white man, and the 10 horns is the EU, which is NATO. Read.
And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication.
That's what we read in the book of Jeremiah. So John the Revelator is saying the same thing that Jeremiah is saying. Go ahead.
And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great.
Because most people don't know that America is Babylon the Great. That's why it's called Mystery, Babylon the Great. Because the ancient Babylon is in Iraq. Everybody knows that. It's not a mystery. That's why it says Mystery, Babylon because not everybody knows that when you read in the Bible when it says Babylon the Great, is actually talking about the United States of America. Read.
The mother of harlots.
The mother of prostitutes.
And abominations of the earth.
And abominations of the earth. Revelation 14 verse 8.
The book of Revelation chapter 14 verse 8.
Read.
And there followed another angel saying, Babylon is fallen.
Babylon is fallen. Come on.
Is fallen. That great city.
That what?
That great city.
Because America is the greatest city on earth. America. The greatest city on earth is America. Go ahead.
Because she made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication.
You see, that's why the nations are mad. You understand? Read.
And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man...
That's it on that. I just wanted verse 8. Okay. Revelation 17 verse 7 now.
The book of Revelation chapter 17 verse 7.
Watch this.
And the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel?
He says, why are you marveling? Because John the Revelator is looking at this woman. She's decked. She's wearing royal apparel. She's sitting on a what? On a red beast. He says what? It says what? Does sit upon a scarlet colored beast. This woman is sitting upon this beast. Remember who's supporting America? The EU. Read.
And the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mysteries of the woman.
He says, I'm going to tell you the mystery of this woman that you are marveling at. Read.
And of the beast that carrieth her.
And of the beast that is carrying her. So this woman is sitting upon a beast. So he says, I'm going to tell you the mystery of the woman and the beast that is carrying the woman. Read.
Which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns.
You see that? Read.
The beast that thou sawest was.
The beast that thou sawest was in your vision.
And is not.
Meaning it's not in rulership yet. Read.
And shall ascend out of the bottomless pit.
Is going to come out of Europe. Europe is a bottomless pit. There's no minerals over there. Read.
And go into perdition.
And it's going to go into destruction. That's why you have 666. The number of the white man is destruction. Read.
And they that dwell on the earth shall wander, whose names were not written in the book of life. From the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was.
In your vision.
That is, and is not, and yet is.
And yet is. Because why? During the time of John the Revelator, who was ruling? Rome. Because America is an extension of this kingdom. Rome. Jump down to verse 11.
Verse 11. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th.
Even he is the 8th. So the angel is telling John, he said, listen, you see this woman represents the 8th beast. And this 8th beast is in your vision, but it's not in rulership yet. Because he says it comes out of the bottomless pit. Europe, Great Britain. You understand? So it's going to be the 8th of the 7th. But it's part of the 7. Read.
And is of the 7.
It's of the 7. So guess what? The 7 is what? Is Greece, Rome, Spain, France, Germany, Russia, and Great Britain. So he says it's of the 7. So what kingdom came out of Great Britain? America. That's the 8th kingdom. That's what we're reading here. Go ahead.
And goeth into perdition.
It goes into destruction. That's why Jeremiah said what? Babylon the Great is fallen. Read.
And the 10 horns.
This is the EU, NATO. The same NATO that was complaining right now. Read.
Which thou sawest are 10 kings.
Come on.
Which have received no kingdom as yet.
Because why? Remember, they support America. And guess what? If there's a war, America must support them. Read.
But receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast.
That's when the EU turns against America. That hasn't happened yet. You understand? Read.
These have one mind.
These have what now?
These have one mind.
That's why in Obadiah it said, Esau will not understand why they are no longer one mind. You understand? Read.
And shall give their power and strength unto the beast.
They're going to support America, which is what's happening right now. Read.
These shall make war with the Lamb.
They're going to make war with Christ. So the reason why they're coming together is because they're going to make war with Christ. Go ahead.
And the Lamb shall overcome them.
Obvious. Go ahead.
For he is the Lord of lords.
That's it.
And King of kings.
King of kings.
And they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful.
Oh, praises to the Lord. There's some heavy stuff right there, man. Beautiful stuff. Give me 2 Ezra 13 verse 32. No, 2 Ezra 13. Yeah, that's fine. 2 Ezra 13 verse 32. Watch this.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 32.
Come on.
And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the signs shall happen, which I showed thee before. And then shall my son be declared.
He says, my son will be declared. You know when he will be declared? When these nations are at war with each other. Are these nations not warring right now? Yes, they are. But the war has not escalated to a point where America now is getting involved to go to war with Iran. And when America goes to war with Iran, who said he's going to get involved? Russia. Putin said, I'm going to get involved in this one. So you see what's going to happen? That's the prophecy that has not yet happened yet. Not yet. So what I'm going to do is this. Read that verse again, verse 32.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 32.
Watch this.
And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the signs shall happen, which I showed thee before.
Actually, instead of verse 29, let's start there.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 29.
Listen good.
Behold, the days come when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth. And he shall come into the astonishment.
Them that are upon the earth is talking about us. The Lord is going to begin to deliver us. The deliverance has already begun. It's spiritual right now. It's not physical yet. Come up hither has not happened yet. You understand? Read.
And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth.
Read.
And one shall undertake to fight against another.
Do you see? This is the word the Lord says, I'm going to bring these kings to come and reverence me. You understand? To go to war with one another. So that's what we're reading here. Read.
One city against another.
One city against another. You see what's going on? Russia with Ukraine, they are at war with each other right now. You see that, no? You see Palestinians with Amalek, they are at war with each other right now. Iran with Amalek, they are at war with each other right now. You see that, right? Go ahead.
One place against another.
One place against another. Read.
One people against another. And one realm against another.
That's something different. So now, what we're reading here is the nations are at war with each other. So, but the war hasn't escalated yet. But it's getting there. You understand that? The war is getting there. It's going to escalate. Not yet. So, what I want to do is, I don't want to go into that yet. Because the prophecy, we're not there yet. So, I'm reading it up to here. You understand? So, when America goes to war with Iran, that's something different, man. You can't be sleeping. You can't still be caught in your sin. You can't. You cannot find your way. Listen, you cannot. We're in the midst of a war. There's a war going on, man. Don't be sleeping, man. You understand? Let me see. Go back to 2 Ezra, man. Chapter 15. Read verse 43 again.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 43.
Watch this.
And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon.
Meaning these missiles are going to go steadfastly into Babylon. So who's going to do that? Who's going to be sending missiles steadfastly into Babylon? Iran. So because remember, you notice when we're watching the news, The recent attack in Syria, on Iran's embassy, who did they take out? The military strategist there, who was part of the Quds force. So you see what they are doing? They are taking out strategic figures in Iran. They took out the top military general. They took out the top nuclear scientist who was building a nuclear program. You understand? So now, what are they doing? They just ambushed. I don't know if they are all killed, but they just killed the one of the Quds force who ascended up into position. You understand? They took them out. So you see what they are doing? They are hitting strategic key figures of that will be able to be responsible for waging war against them. That's what Amalek is doing. And remember, the Iron Dome weapon system was built by who? America. Yeah, America is the one that built that Iron Dome weapon system, defense system for Amalek. It's them. And look what Hamas did. It didn't help them. Because it's of the Lord. You understand? Now, read that again, verse 43.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 15, verse 43.
Read.
And they shall go steadfastly and into Babylon. And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon, and make her afraid.
Oh, go ahead.
They shall come to her and besiege her.
Meaning the nations are going to come to her and besiege her. Remember, it says there's an ambassador among the heathen that's going to say, let's go and attack. Read.
The star and all wrath shall they pour out upon her.
The star, these are missiles. This is war, man. Read.
Then shall the dust and smoke go up unto the heaven.
Read.
And all they that be about her shall be wailing.
Meaning those that support America, they're going to be crying for America. Read.
And they that remain under her shall do service unto them that have put her in fear.
Watch, they're going to help. Watch this.
And thou, Asia.
So we know the Asian countries. We went over them. Read.
That art partaker of the hope of Babylon.
You see this? Because Russia it wants to be like America in the military sense. China tries to be America in the technological sense. You understand? Read.
And at the glory of a person.
And at the glory of a person. You see, look at the Chinese women today. They have blonde hair. They bleach their skin even more. Read.
Woe be unto thee, thou wretch. Because thou hast made thyself like unto her.
When it says woe unto thee, thou wretch, it's talking about Asia. Read.
And hast decked thy daughters in whoredom.
Exactly. Because you see the Chinese, how they move. You ever seen Chinese women? They look like American women. American white women. Read.
That they might please.
Because not only that, but you see in Russia, there's a lot of prostitution in Russia, man. Plenty. Read.
That they might please and glory in thy lovers, which have always desired to commit whoredom with thee.
You see that thing? So these nations, the Asian countries, it says they always desire to commit whoredom with her. You understand? Read.
Thou hast followed her that is hated in all her works and inventions.
In what?
In all her works and inventions.
Exactly. Technological advancements in China. Moab. Read.
Therefore, saith God, I will send plagues upon thee.
Read.
Widowhood, poverty, famine, sword,
war,
and pestilence,
diseases,
to waste thy houses with destruction and death.
The Messiah is not playing. He says, I'm going to waste your houses with destruction and death. So who can deny that, man? Who can go against that? Nobody. Because guess what? It is written, so it shall come to pass. Understand that. So, there's a lot to still go over, man. But I'm not going to go over. I'm going to end the class right here. You understand? There's still a lot. Lord's will, I can do part 2 of this. This time, Lord's will. You understand? Lord's will. But I'm going to end it here because the prophecies are unfolding. You know, I'm going to end it right here. You understand? There's still stuff going on. But guess what? Brothers and sisters, watch the news. Make sure you familiarize yourself with the stuff that's happening in the news. Don't be clueless, man. Give me that scripture in Matthew. Is it in Matthew? Find me the scripture when it says, look up, for your salvation draweth nigh. Or let's read that. Oh, praises. 27. Luke 21:27. Let me just read this. Give me second Ezra. Let's go back to second Ezra. Second Ezra 13. Read verse 29. Man. We're gonna read down.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 29.
Come on.
Behold, the days come when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth.
Matthew 24:31, real quick.
The book of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 21. For then...
No, verse 31.
Apologies, sir. The book of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 31.
Come on.
And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet.
Come on.
And they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other.
Go back. That's when it says he shall begin to deliver them which are upon earth. Second Ezra 13, verse 30 now.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 30.
Read.
And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth.
Come on.
And one shall undertake to fight against another.
That's what we were showing. Go ahead.
One city against another. One place against another. One people against another. And one realm against another.
Read.
And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass.
Come on.
And the signs shall happen, which I showed thee before. And then shall my son be declared.
It says, and then, when these nations are in the midst of a war, I'm talking proper war now. Not what's going on right now. It's just baby steps. Right now, they're just slapping on each other on the wrist. They haven't done some big stuff yet. That stuff is coming. But while that big stuff is taking place, what's going to happen?
And then shall my son be declared.
Where? From the sky. He's going to be declared up there in the heavens, man. Read.
Whom thou sawest as a man ascending.
Who can explain that? Whom thou sawest as a what? Who knows the answer? Come on, quickly. Come on, brothers. Stand up if you know the answer, man. Yeah, where? Where in Acts? Acts 1 and 9. Get it? Read that for me.
The book of Acts, chapter 1, verse 9.
Read.
And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight.
And a cloud received him out of their sight. Meaning what? They just saw a man fly up into a chariot. You understand? Go back. Second Ezra 13, read verse 33.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 33.
Read.
And when all the people hear his voice, every man shall in their own land leave the battle. They have one against another.
You see what he's saying? That means the nations they're gonna be having war amongst themselves in their own lands. You understand that what we just read?
Yes, sir.
Read.
And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together, as thou sawest them willing to come and to overcome him by fighting.
You see what they're gonna do? They're gonna stop the war they are having with one another to try what? To fight with the Lord entering into the earth. That's what they're gonna do. The Most High is gonna make them do it, knowing very well they're gonna lose, but he's gonna make them do it. Read.
But he shall stand upon the top of the Mount Zion.
Oh, praises. Come on.
And Zion shall come.
Read.
And shall be showed to all men.
Come on.
Being prepared.
Being what?
Being prepared.
Come on.
And builded. Like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands.
Without hands. Meaning what? What does it mean? What does it mean? Anybody knows the answer? Come on, brothers. Read that verse again, verse 36. Come on.
Sir. Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 36.
Read.
And Zion shall come.
And what now?
And Zion shall come.
And Zion shall what?
And Zion shall come.
And Zion shall come. Come on.
And shall be showed to all men.
Shall be what?
And shall be showed to all men.
It shall be showed to all men. Go ahead.
Being prepared and builded.
Being prepared and builded. You have the verse, right? To take us there. It's in Revelation 3. Look it up. Go ahead.
Like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands.
And as thou sawest the hill doing what now?
Graven without hands.
Go ahead.
And this my son.
Stop. Do you have the answer? Okay, stand up and give us the answer. Let's read that. Come on. That's it right there. That's the answer. I know I'm going fast now. But listen, man. Read that.
The book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 12.
Come on.
Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God.
Read.
And he shall go no more out
into captivity.
And I will write upon him the name of my God.
Watch this.
And the name of the city of my God.
Uh-huh.
Which is New Jerusalem.
Read.
Which cometh down out of heaven from my God.
Stop right there. Which does what now?
Which cometh down out of heaven from my God.
Is literally going to come down. Literally. And come down. When he said, that's why it says what? And Zion shall come and shall be showed to all men, being prepared and builded, like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands. Don't nobody gonna be doing. The Lord gonna bring it down here. Go ahead.
And I will write upon him my new name.
Oh, praises. Go back to 2nd Ezra. Have a seat. Verse 37.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 37. And this my son shall rebuke the wicked inventions of those nations,
including Esau, the white man. Go ahead.
Which for their wicked life are fallen into the tempest.
You know when? Listen, man. Woo! I don't know if I should go there now. Look at the time. I'm not gonna go there. Keep reading.
And shall lay before them their evil thoughts.
Stop right there. You see, in Egypt, when the Lord was killing the firstborns, he laid before them their evil thoughts. He let them know why he was killing them. So likewise, when the nation's gonna be fighting among themselves, when he comes in, before he destroys them, he gonna let them know why he's killing them. So all the evil they've done, with all the lives they've lived upon this earth in the regeneration, he's gonna let them know what they've done in the past. And he's gonna kill them. And they'll know why they have been put to death. Come on.
And the torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented, which are like unto a flame, and he shall destroy them without labor by law, which is like unto fire.
You see that? That's what the Lord is going to do, man. You can't even imagine this stuff, man. It's so glorious and magnifical. Okay, I'm going to end the class right here. Let's break bread in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus the Christ, man. Okay, you can transition accordingly. Okay. All praises, brothers and sisters. We're back. Praise the Lord. Give me 2nd Ezra 13, verse 32 again.
Second book of Ezra, chapter 13, verse 32.
Read.
And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the signs shall happen, which I showed thee before.
Read.
And then shall my son be declared.
And then shall my son be declared. Go ahead.
Whom thou sawest as a man ascending.
Whom thou sawest as a man ascending. Like we read in Acts 1 and 9. Let's read that again in Acts 1 and 9.
The book of Acts chapter 1 verse 9.
Go ahead.
And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight.
You see, that's why whom thou sawest as a man ascending. When Christ was taken up, so it says, likewise, the same way he was taken up, That's how he's going to return. Keep reading on that. Read.
And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven, as he went up, behold, 2 men stood by them in white apparel.
These are angels now. Go ahead.
Which also said, Ye men of Galilee,
you men of Galilee,
why stand here gazing up into heaven?
Because they never seen a man fly like that before. Read.
This same
Jesus,
which is taken up
from you
into heaven, shall come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven.
He said the same way he went up, that's how he's going to come down. How did he go up? He went into a chariot. How is he going to come down? He's going to come down with a chariot, with the thousands of heaven. You understand? He said the same way you saw him ascend is the same way you're going to see him descend into the earth. You understand? We read 2 Ezra 13 verse 32, right? Now give me Luke 21. Luke 21, 27. This is how he's going to be declared. Meaning this is how he's going to come into the earth. Watch this. Read it.
The book of Luke chapter 21 verse 27.
Read.
And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory.
That's it right there. They're going to see him. They're going to do what now? Read that again.
The book of Luke chapter 21 verse 27.
Go ahead.
And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory.
With power and great glory. It says then they shall see him. Who's going to see him? Give me that in Revelation 1. Revelation chapter 1. Verse 7.
The book of Revelation chapter 1 verse 7.
Watch this.
Behold, he cometh with clouds.
He cometh with clouds. Clouds. You know when he says clouds, give me Psalm 68 verse 17 real quickly. Behold, he cometh with clouds. Psalm 68 verse 17.
The book of Psalms chapter 68 verse 17.
Watch this.
The chariots of God are 20,000, even thousands of angels.
Even thousands of angels. Come on.
The Lord is among them, as in Sinai, in the holy place.
You see that thing? Go ahead.
Thou hast ascended on high.
He says, thou hast ascended on high. We just read this in Acts. The Lord ascended on high. Read.
Thou hast led captivity captive.
Watch this.
Thou hast received gifts for men. Yea, for the rebellious also, that the Lord God might dwell among them.
Watch this.
Blessed be the Lord, whom daily loadeth up with benefits, even the God of our salvation.
Even the what?
Even the God of our salvation.
Even the God of our salvation. Come on.
Selah. He that is our God is the God of salvation.
Read.
And unto God the Lord belong the issues from death.
The issues from death. Okay. The point is, the Lord was taken up. He ascended. He's going to descend. When he does, he's going to come with the thousands of heaven. This is just a number. It's the thousands of thousands. Millions of angels he will come down here with. What do you think the nation's going to do, man? Nothing. Go back to Revelation 1, verse 7.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds.
He cometh with what?
He cometh with clouds.
He cometh with clouds. Go ahead.
And every eye shall see him.
Stop right there. And every eye shall see him. So think about this here. How is everybody going to see him when it rains here in South Africa? The people don't see it in China. Forget China. If it rains here in Tembisa, the people see it in Soweto? No. So how is every eye going to see him? Because if an aeroplane is passing up here, it doesn't mean in China they are seeing the same thing. So how is every eye going to see him? Because he's going to bend space and time. Everybody going to see him. Whether you're in China, the US, Russia, everybody going to see him when he comes into the earth. Because he's the Lord God of heaven and earth. He's going to bend space. People going to see him. Everybody going to see him. It doesn't matter where you went. You are going to see him coming in. Man, that's some heavy stuff, man. You really need to think about it, man. Remember, he was the one that was manipulating the elements when he says the evening and the morning was the first day. The evening and the morning. He knows he could manipulate the elements. He knows how these things work. He commands them. So he's going to bend space. You're going to see everybody going to see him. Now read that verse again, man. Man, that's some heavy stuff.
The book of Revelation, chapter 1, verse 7.
Read.
Behold, he cometh with clouds.
Angels. Read.
And every eye shall see him.
Read.
And they also which pierced him.
Them that pierced him with a javelin to make sure that he was dead, they also going to see him. They're going to remember. When he cracks the sky, they're going to say, oh, that's me. They will remember. The Most High God is going to make them remember. He's going to remember, oh, that's you. You the one that was piercing him on the side to make sure he was dead. That's why it says the one after they pierced him, blood and water came out in John 19. Yes, that's what we're reading here. Go ahead.
And all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, amen.
Amen to that thing, man. Amen to that thing. You understand? Go back to Luke 21. They are going to say it. They're going to be saying it. You say, yo, happy on that day, the Lord will bring it to their remembrance. All that memory that has been blocked all these years, the Lord will open it up. Everybody going to remember. Luke 21, verse 27.
The book of Luke, chapter 21, verse 27. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory.
Read.
And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up.
To what?
Then look up.
You know, there's a movie on Netflix, they say don't look up. They're going against this scripture. It was intentional. That's Esau trying to throw shots at the Most High. Yes. There was even a movie. What do they call it? They call it the what? Jaeger. What? Jaeger. It says Jaeger. Look it up. The movie called Jaeger. Is it Jaeger? Jaeger part 1. I think it's with a Y. Jaeger. Movie. Jaeger the movie. Just say Jaeger the movie. Maybe that can come up. What does it say? It says Jaeger the movie. I think Jaeger, or they call it the Jaegers. Jaeger, I think it's called Jaeger. Something like that. Not ego. No, not that. Not yoga. Just say Jaeger with the ER. Jaeger. I forgot the name of the movie now. It's fine. Read that verse again, verse 28.
The book of Luke, chapter 21, verse 28.
Read.
And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up.
Then what?
Then look up.
Go ahead.
And lift up your heads.
Lift up your heads. Go ahead.
For your redemption draweth nigh.
Because your deliverance draweth nigh. Your redemption draweth nigh. Read that verse again, man.
The book of Luke, chapter 21, verse 28.
Read.
And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up.
Then look up.
And lift up your heads.
And lift up your heads.
For your redemption draweth nigh.
Because it's time to go home. And with that, we say shalom. Most and Christ bless you all. Let's give the Lord a hand. Oh, praise the Lord. All praises to the Most High. Man, it's been a while since I've done this type of classes, man. Yo, it felt good. Praise the Lord. All praise to the Most High. So with that, we say shalom, Most and Christ bless you all, family. It was a glorious day as always. The Sabbath day. The day of our deliverance, man.